There we go. There we go. Silent Hill 4, The Room. What an intro. Bishy Bunny says this intro haunted Kid Me's nightmares for years after seeing it on a PS2 demo disc. I believe it. The intros for the games were always like really well done, really interesting in the way that they were presented. This one's a little bit different from 1 through 3. 1 through 3, you get some like extra scenes that are not included in the game. Silent Hill 4, all those scenes are part of the game. But the way the intro is like edited is so much more cinematic. You have shots of like the game being played on a CRT screen and weird stuff like that. Very cool. It was 2 years ago that Henry Townsend moved into room 302 of South Ashfield Heights, an apartment building in the medium-sized city of Ashfield. Henry was happy and enjoying his new life. But 5 days ago, something strange happened. He began to have a recurring dream each night. One other thing. He couldn't leave room 302. And straight from the start, we're going to get some clues as we examine stuff around the room that we're not playing as Henry Townsend. You start to examine everything. What's with this room? No matter what you examine first, you'll always get the same dialogue for the first few things, so you can just kind of spam something to get through it. It's covered in blood and rust. This is my room, but what the hell has happened to it? This room. Is it really my room? It's in terrible shape. The air is so heavy. My head hurts. There are all sorts of dusty items here. What the hell? None of it's mine. So now we're getting the unique dialogue. That's weird. My red typewriter is gone. So the person this room actually belongs to, or the person we're playing as right now, had a typewriter here. We're a writer. It's our first clue that we're not playing as Henry during this intro. This photo. Was it here before? My head. So once we are playing as Henry and we examine these photos, we learn that these are photos of Silent Hill that Henry took when he visited the town. This photo. Was it here before? I've seen this lighthouse before. So somebody, the person we're playing as has also been to Silent Hill, but doesn't recognize the photos as being ones that they took. We're actually playing as Joseph Schreiber, the journalist who lived in 302 before Henry, one of Walter Sullivan's victims. So we're kind of seeing Joseph's final moments through his own eyes. My head hurts. I don't remember putting up this photo. This church. More of these locations from Silent Hill. He's recognizing things from the town, photos of the town. He's been researching Walter. He's been researching the cult. He's been researching the town as an investigative journalist. But Walter has caught up to him. My head, so heavy. This photo, it's filthy. Was it here before? This scenery, I know I've seen it before. This is my bed. Always love the disjointed scream at the start. It's kind of silly, but it's also not a calming thing. It's a little silly for me. Some of the sound design in this game is a little off-putting. There's some things that are really brilliantly done, like the intro and like a lot of the sound effects for creatures and for cutscenes, but there's also a lot of stock noises that are just sort of dropped in without really being heavily edited or altered, or layered in like a really clever way. So sort of like that scream, there's a lot of sounds that just feel out of place. And not necessarily in a good way. One second. We need to look at our options real quick. So noise effect. I do like noise effect. For those, because I've had this question come up before. I like the noise effect in the games, but when it comes to the streams, you can probably already tell, like, the stream quality, the bitrate, doesn't handle the noise effect very well, because I've got a set upper bitrate limit that I can use on Twitch. So typically, we turn this off. And it doesn't just immediately turn off in this game. You see it like kind of fade out. Kind of interesting. But that should give us a much more clear image. A little bit better for the stream. If I was just playing this on my own, for my own personal enjoyment, then yeah, I usually like having the noise filters and stuff on. But for recording video and for doing streams, it's not very good for the bitrate and for the video quality overall. These shoes, they're not even my size. The door is shut for good. It smells horrible. I'm afraid to open it up. I don't feel like washing my hands right now. I'm not interested in food at all. My head, it hurts. What's this? Doesn't recognize the inventory chest? Where did this big TV come from? I thought I had a record player here. So we kind of get a little bit of an idea of how things were laid out when Joseph lived here. This clock, when did it stop working? Did I even have a clock in this room before? I don't even know what this is. I always figured that one's a little bit weird. Like, Joseph would be able to recognize a radio. These books, they're not mine. The window, I can't get it open. Who's this guy? There's our biggest tell that we're not playing as Henry during this intro sequence. Literal photo of Henry. And the person we're playing as does not recognize him. Part of an old picture book. There once was a baby and a mother who were connected by a magical cord. But one day the cord was cut, and the mother went to sleep. The baby was left all alone. But the baby made lots of friends at Wish House, and everyone was very nice to him. The baby was happy. It's ripped here, and I can't read anymore. Who are all these people? 21 people. It can't be. Why are they here? So Joseph was investigating Walter and the 21 sacraments and the cult and everything kind of going on. These are his final moments. So he would have known all of this, everything that was going on. He recognizes Walter's victims, the fact that there's 21 of them, things that are in line with the ritual. Creepy. It looks like a face. What is this photo? It's all faded, and I can't see it well. I thought I moved this, but now it's back where it was. So Joseph mentions moving this desk, which Henry will comment about it being moved once you're actually playing as him. And of course the face, one of the ghosts making its way into the room. Walter's first victim, Jimmy Stone, who was about to end Joseph's life.
dream.
Okay, options. Subtitles, on. Temporal Fry says, question about the section. Was Joseph trapped in the room for roughly the same amount of time Henry was, and this is what happened when he ran out of time? Not exactly. Joseph's experience and Henry's experience are somewhat different. And they also, I think that is because they play different roles in Walter's overall ritual. Like, everyone is kind of assigned a different role as part of the 21 sacraments. So Henry is specifically the receiver of wisdom. It is imperative that Henry learns everything that is going on, and Joseph needs to be killed and trapped within the room in order to give Henry a lot of that wisdom. Everything that he learned from his investigations about who Walter Sullivan was, for Henry to play his part as the receiver. He is kind of trapped here. He's given the option to go into Walter's worlds. We never get the idea that Joseph is experiencing that the same way. This was Joseph spending his time investigating Walter, investigating the cult, the orphanage, the finding out about the 21 sacraments, and then Walter finally getting to a point where Joseph had to play his part. He needed to kill Joseph and keep Joseph in his world as a spirit to be the giver of wisdom. It's still not working. Laura, get off the phone.
Hello?
Help me.
What? The cord's cut.
Goddess of Day, thank you so much for the 10 months. Welcome back. Says, holy cannoli nub, I've never seen you live this early. Yeah, my sleep schedule's ruined, and we're going to be playing Silent Hill 4 all day, so we're up early. Hope you're doing well. And welcome back. Thank you so much for the 10 months of support. Thank you, thank you. All right. Now we're playing as Henry. Now we're playing with power. So we can start examining things around the room and get some different descriptions of everything. This is a photo of the church I ran across while I was visiting Silent Hill. So Henry's been to the town. He's been to Silent Hill and done work there as a photographer. So he's got photos and things of the town, the church, the lighthouse. For some reason, I was really attracted by the way it looked, so I took the picture. There are a lot of small items here, but none of them is particularly interesting. It's a brand new scrapbook. You can view the contents of the scrapbook by pressing the triangle button. So whenever you open up your triangle button, menu button, triangle button, scrapbook button, you just open up an actual physical book. That's one of the things I love about Silent Hill 4. You're not going around collecting maps and like keeping them and presumably taking them out and looking at them every time. You draw your own map in your scrapbook. You save all your notes in it. The idea that Henry is just kind of keeping this sort of journal as he goes, mapping out all of these places that he's exploring, all the notes that he finds. I like that. It's just a quick shot I took in downtown Silent Hill. It's a nice tourist town about a half day's drive from here. So there's your rough idea of distance, even though that really doesn't answer. But South Ashfield Heights, or which is in South Ashfield, is about a half day's drive away from Silent Hill. Now, what does that mean to you? Because depending on who you ask, half a day's drive could mean a lot of things. I've seen some theorize like, okay, 24 hours is a day. So a half day's drive would be like 12 hours away. I've seen some people say, well, you don't drive typically like 24 hours. You drive during the daytime, which would be like maybe 8 to 12 hours. So you would say half a day's drive would be like 4 to 6 hours. It doesn't give you a real distance. It doesn't give you anything other than the idea that South Ashfield is not super close. It's not like right on the other side of the lake. It's not super nearby. It's a decent drive away from where Silent Hill is. Silent Hill and Ashfield. There's some distance there. It's a photo of the lighthouse near the lake in Silent Hill. It feels a little bit lonely for a tourist town, but it's a nice place to relax and heal your soul. I mean, that's kind of how they market it as a tourist town. A lot of the tourism brochures. Glimpsing out the window, we can see Cynthia trying to make up her mind. Do I go into the subway or not? I love low poly Cynthia. And all these other people walking around. So many little low poly NPCs. Triplets. Oh my gosh. Also, get my mouse pointer here. There's the triplets. This little bit of artwork here. That's you can't quite read it, but it says "turn ale," which is another recurring phrase that we see in Silent Hill 3 in a lot of the environmental artwork. So that is sort of like a little trademark. It's something that is used by Hiroko Usuda, who was the environment artist for Silent Hill 3, and she incorporated it into a lot of the environments. So this little piece of artwork here was done also by Hiroko Usuda. She did a lot of the environments for Silent Hill 4, most of them. And of course, I gotta do our shout out. There we go. Shout out to Hiroko Usuda because she is part of our community. She has been here for our streams in the past, and she is also a streamer on Twitch. Where you can go and watch her make wonderful artwork. So if you want to follow a member of Team Silent here on Twitch who does artwork live and did the environments for Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, and a ton of other things, go follow Hiro Usuda on Twitch. So we get a little bit more of our environment here from what we can see from the window. Even a few of our neighbors who we'll learn a little bit more about later on in the game. There's a little bit of kind of some subplot going on with some of the other tenants that live in the South Ashfield Heights apartments You can see a couple of kids looking out a window. We learn about the family that's got too many kids. Rushmore, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 65 months. It's a lot of love and support. Thank you, thank you. Morning Nub, hope things are well. It's hot here. Yep, it is hot here too. I got my fan going. Turned down low, so hopefully it's not bothering the microphone, audio, things like that. But yeah, it's another hot day here. I can't wait for summer to be over. Bar Southfield. 555-3750. We'll try that number in a moment. Hotel South Ashfield. Restaurant Fuseli. Always love the look of Ashfield here. All the buildings, the cars, the pedestrians, little view of your neighbors. It's too bad we don't get to explore a little bit more of like outside. A little bit of the South Ashfield streets. But that would have taken away from kind of the whole oppressive environment that this game really tries to give you. You really got to feel stuck where you are. Stuck in this room where your only change of scenery are horrible nightmare worlds made by Walter. That noise just now. What was that? So you try calling the bar. Your monstrous groaning. Always a good sign. This is my bed. It's that lake in Silent Hill. I went sightseeing there a few years ago. I like this photo because it really captures the beauty and tranquility of the trees and lake there. I put this up on the wall right after I moved here. So Henry had the typical, like, tourist, adventure in Silent Hill. Nothing weird going on. Nice, tranquil lake, trees, lighthouse, church. Walked around, took some pictures, had a nice time. Put up the pictures. As soon as he moved in. Will you show us the best ending? Asks Raphael F.P. Martins. You mean the ending where Walter finally gets what he wants in his miserable life? Absolutely. Where's his game console? Henry's not a gamer. There is a gamer who lives in the apartment building. One of our neighbors is a gamer. Once we get to the point where we can explore the neighbors' apartments, there's a guy who does nothing but play retro games and lift weights. So he's got all of these retro consoles and things all around his apartment. This chest could hold a lot of stuff. One of our big changes to the series. Silent Hill 4 was definitely an experimental game for Team Silent. The idea being they originally wanted this to be a spin-off It was still meant to be like part of the Silent Hill universe, but it was going to be a standalone game called Room 302. And part of the reason they wanted it to be a spin-off was so that they could experiment with some different things for sort of the formula. Because by this point, the first 3 games, they kind of had a lot of stuff in common, and they wanted to try and shake things up a bit. So 1 through 3, you have the infinite, inventory. Everything you pick up is just put into your magical pocket. There's no limits. You always have your flashlight. You always have your portable radio. So Silent Hill 4, they wanted to try and do some different stuff and break that formula up a little bit. No flashlight, no radio that you bring around with you, no infinite inventory. You have a limited inventory system. They were kind of borrowing some pages from the Resident Evil playbook to have this inventory box. You've got to return to it to get important things. They really wanted to focus around your room being sort of a hub world, which plays into some interesting mechanics. The idea that you sort of get familiar with your room and it becomes a place to get away from the other world, from Walter's worlds, from the monsters and everything. How you can heal. You can see here's your health bar in the top left. So when you get back to your room, it's supposed to be a place of comfort, a place of safety, a place where you can heal up before going back into Walter's worlds. And then they take it away from you halfway through the game and kind of flip that on its head, make your room part of the horror. So there's a lot of interesting little mechanical things and gameplay things they wanted to change up and do differently with Silent Hill 4. But then the story was so closely ingrained to the rest of the series that they decided to just make it a mainline entry, make it a full-on 4th game rather than a spin-off. It's weird. A few days ago, the power to my TV and my VCR just stopped coming on. Ever since I started having those nightmares. Okay, nothing different about the VCR and tapes. Do we know how long ago he was in Silent Hill? He says it when you look at the picture of the lake. He said a few years ago, so roughly 3 years ago. Doing the impossible thing again and trying to work out a timeline in my head. I should know better. You should know better. The clock stopped working a few days ago. Brain Explodes asks, hi Nub, if they were to make a Silent Hill 4 remake, what would you have them expand on, either gameplay or story? I know most people would eliminate or improve the escort section, but what's something you want expanded? Honestly, the story itself is already very good. You wouldn't have to do much for the story. I would like to see all of the extra information that was in supplementary stuff outside of the game, the victim files and another Crimson Tome, those things that were put on the Konami website that talked more about Walter's victims and things like that. I would like to see more of that information incorporated into the game itself, and I'd like to see it done in more interesting ways than just reading memos. This game is a little bit too heavy on the memos, where so much of the information comes from notes. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with reading to understand the story. But a lot of the stuff from like Joseph, I wish you could have gotten that from your interaction with Joseph when you actually finally do meet him in your room, or at least his ghost, or like flashback scenarios whenever Henry like comes from Walter's world back to his world. Like the whole intro is Henry reliving Joseph's final moments as one of his nightmares. So wouldn't it be cool to see Henry have nightmares every time he comes back from Walter's world, where he sees a little bit more from Joseph's perspective, and we learn a lot of the information of Joseph's notes through actual scenes, like either cutscenes or maybe even playable first-person segments where you're playing as Joseph, talking to people, interviewing people, going around the apartments, going around Silent Hill itself. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see more from Joseph's perspective to translate a lot of that information that's in the memos into something a little bit more interactive and visual. And then otherwise, gameplay is like the biggest thing that I think needs help if it comes to remaking this game. The gameplay's rough. The whole second half of the game being a complete repeat of the first half. A little bit more variety would be nice. A little bit more expansion of the areas, and just some bigger differences between the areas that you revisit. Have them vaguely similar, but a lot more otherworldly would be great. And make Eileen's escort aspect easier to manage. Like, it'd be nice to have some simple mechanics similar to like Ashley in Resident Evil 4. It would be nice to be able to tell Eileen, like, wait here. Stay here for a moment. Don't just automatically follow me. Let me have the option to tell Eileen to stay put, to follow me, wait, follow me, wait. Or to tell her to attack or to run away when there's enemies. A little bit more control over Eileen. A little bit more Joseph. I'd be happy with that. Everything else can stay the same. Just better visuals. Better audio. Not so much stock audio. Do some new audio. Dogs that don't just sound like jaguars. And stock monkey sound effects for gum heads. And burping patients. A lot of people would be, I think, upset about changing the burps. But it's something that I would want to change. I know they're iconic. I know they're funny. But if it was up to me, I would get rid of a lot of that stuff. Those stock sound effects just stand out a little too much. Looks like a scrap from some book. Man, this thing looks like it was written ages ago. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he built a world. This note, a lot of people overlook it or maybe don't understand it. This pretty much explains most of the game, the biggest parts of the game. So through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he built a world. He, being Walter, performed a ritual called the Ritual of the Holy Assumption. That's his first 10 victims. And used that to build a world. The worlds that you visit as Henry are all created by Walter. It exists in a space separate from the world of our Lord. World of our Lord being reality. Walter's created worlds are not part of reality. You're not physically teleporting to Silent Hill or the water prison. You're going into Walter's worlds based on his memories of those places, worlds that he has created. More accurately, it is within, yet without, the Lord's world. So it's based on reality, but it is not part of reality. Unlike the world of our Lord, it is a world in extreme flux. So it's not consistent the way reality is. Things are constantly changing in Walter's worlds. Unexpected doors or walls, moving floors, odd creatures, a world only he can control. So Walter's in control of everything. The creatures being there, the changes in locations based on how they are reflected in actual reality. He's in control of all of it. Anyone swallowed up by that world will live there for eternity, undying. They will haunt that realm as a spirit. So those are Walter's victims, the people who he pulls into his worlds and then kills there, wind up haunting those worlds. They're a part of it as spirits. That's why the ghosts are there. How can our Lord forgive such an abomination? This part of the book is too damaged to read. It is important to travel lightly in that world. He who carries too heavy a burden will regret it. So a little bit of a gameplay tip there. You have a limited inventory. So if you try to carry 5 health drinks and 4 stacks of bullets and your melee weapon, and you're going into Walter's Worlds, you're going to come across puzzle items, progression items, and new weapons and things like that you won't be able to pick up. You're going to regret carrying too many things with you from your room into Walter's Worlds. So it's kind of giving you a little bit of a gameplay tip. Clear out your personal inventory into your stash box before you go back in. I bought these books. I brought these books with me when I moved in 2 years ago, but I haven't touched them since. So, temporal fry, since you're trying to figure out the timeline in your head, at the very least, not considering the other games, but timeline for Silent Hill 4 itself. He says that he was in Silent Hill a few years ago. You can say a few is roughly 3. So that's when he was there taking photos, and then brought these books with him when he moved in 2 years ago. So he's lived in 302 for 2 years now.
And on a lighter note, we have a new addition to the zoo. Last night at 3 a.m., a female baby tiger was born, and both mother and child are reportedly doing just fine.
So I love all the little radio things that come up. They're all subtly kind of relevant to what's going on. And the idea of mother and child doing fine. Literally one of the main driving things behind Walter's motivation. He just wants to be reunited with his mother, which he believes is this room. Another view from our living room window. You can see there's the subway over there that Cynthia just went down. But from here, we can see our neighbors a little bit more clearly. We've got Richard Braintree right across from us, hanging out on his sofa, his chair, whatever there. So we'll be seeing a lot more Richard as we go throughout the game. This guy down here, who I believe is the music nerd. He's a guy who collects music. He's got vinyl, he's got CDs and speakers built into his walls. They make mention of him living below Braintree, pissing Braintree off with all the noise that he's constantly making. A lot more Richard. I mean, more than the other neighbors. Richard is a bigger part of the story. Some of the other people who are in these other apartments, I forget who this is supposed to be. I think this whole apartment, both of these, are the household with all the kids. They've got kids ranging from teenagers down to babies. I think there's 8 children total. Once we get to the artist's room, we can count off of the portrait. But you can see some of the smaller kids playing on the couch and stuff in here, and one of the teenagers like glancing out the window. This is the elderly couple. It's like an old man and old woman who live together. Man keeps falling back onto the bed, and woman puts her head right down into his crotch. Old people can get freaky, don't judge. I forget who's in the apartment here next to the kids, next to the family with too many kids. But we get more info on the apartment tenants a bit later. But it is cool just periodically coming here, checking out your view from the window. You'll get to see different little things happening with all of your neighbors. The main power is off, so even if I press it, nothing happens. And he's got a copy of Bikuri Car. It's like a Japanese car magazine. Instead of a portrait of Henry being here, which is what we saw from Joseph's perspective, clearly not something that was there in reality, something that was sort of being projected to Joseph. This is a photo of the outside of South Ashfield Heights. I was immediately attracted by the outside of the building, as well as the view from the window here. When I moved here 2 years ago, I almost felt like I was being drawn here. And you could assume that that had something to do with Walter. Walter has been performing the steps towards the 21 sacraments and the Holy Assumption for years by this point. I think 11 years total. And he has all of these specific people in mind to kind of play certain roles in the 21 sacraments. They're all people who Walter has known or interacted with in some way, even in very subtle ways. So it's possible that Henry may have unknowingly come across Walter 3 years ago when he was in Silent Hill, and Walter was like, that's going to be my receiver of wisdom. This guy, going around taking photos of the church and everything. So started influencing him to move here, to live here, to be in room 302 for his purposes. It's part of the ritual. Got this photo from Frank Sunderland, the super here at South Ashfield Heights. So this is our reveal that the superintendent for these apartments is Frank Sunderland, James Sunderland's father. And after we actually meet Frank a little bit later, we get some more information if we re-examine that picture. It's a photo of me as a kid and then when I graduated from high school. I've had this furniture since before I moved here 2 years ago. A lot of stuff that he just brought with him when he moved in. Some stuff that he got after moving. "5 days ago, that's when I first had the nightmare. I haven't been able to get out of my room since then. The phone doesn't work, the TV doesn't work, I can't even get anybody to hear me when I yell. My whole world has suddenly turned insane. My door's chained up, the windows are sealed shut. And on top of that, someone chained the door from the inside. How am I going to get out of here? Don't go out. Walter."
What the hell? What's going on here?
That's Eileen Galvin from next door.
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
I love Eileen's actress, and I just love Eileen as a character. Going back to her apartment with a bag of groceries, something falls and breaks. And I love the way that she's like, I hope my luck changes before the party. She's getting ready for a party. And the little muttering under her breath as she walks off camera. He's like, stupid. I'm like, I definitely relate to that. When you drop something, you break something, you're clumsy, and you're just like, God, I'm a fucking idiot. Why am I so stupid? And of course, bloody handprints that only we seem to be able to see from here. Part of Walter already manipulating reality as we perceive it. He's in control of his worlds, but he's also got a lot of influence on the building itself, especially around 302. So none of the other tenants seem to be able to recognize these hands. These bloody handprints on the wall. 15 so far, which is the number of total victims Walter has already killed out of 21. What was that? Big crash coming from the bathroom, but we'll check that out in a moment. Gryffindor says, asks, does this game take place after Silent Hill 2? So there's no official timeline from game to game in the Silent Hill series. Like Silent Hill 2 is kind of standalone, its own thing. Silent Hill 1 and 3 are connected. There's a 17-year gap between the events of 1 and 3. That much is confirmed. For Silent Hill 4, most things point towards it being after Silent Hill 2. We'll get a little bit of text later on, talking about people in the apartments who talk about Frank Sunderland's son going missing, which you would assume means this is after the events of Silent Hill 2. But it's worth pointing out it doesn't go into a whole lot of detail about that. And we don't know the type of relationship that James and Frank had. So theoretically, this could be before Silent Hill 2, with James just not having a good relationship with his father. So from Frank's standpoint, James could have quote unquote disappeared when he left to go live with Mary and get married and have his own life away from all of this. So it could be before, it could be after. The general consensus is that it's after, but there is not an official confirmed timeline. There's a lot of fans who like to claim they've pieced it all together, but trust me, as somebody who's put a lot of years and effort into researching these games, there's too much contradictory evidence to try and piece everything into a nice, clean timeline. And there's direct developer commentary where devs themselves have specifically said we didn't want to put things in a specific time period or timeline. Artur A says, so is it correct to say they didn't give Henry as much dialogue or personality because they wanted you to pick up on more info by examining his things and environmental storytelling? I think it's a combination of things. I think they want Henry to be kind of a blank slate for the player to kind of project themselves into his shoes. Shoes. No pun intended. Pun very much intended. My shoes, I don't need to change them right now. But yeah, he's meant to be sort of your blank slate for self-insert, but he is also the receiver of wisdom in terms of Walter's ritual, which means he's learning everything as part of his purpose, his role in the 21 sacraments as the receiver of wisdom is very convenient for us as the player because we're learning everything along with him. What's this? Mom, why doesn't you wake up? This is how you know we're playing the North American release of Silent Hill 4. If you play this on GOG, which is actually based on the PAL release of the PC port, there are some little subtitle changes. Mom is changed to mum, and it says like, why don't you wake up instead of doesn't. So there's some minor changes to some of the subtitles and spellings and things between the North American release, which has more American English, and the PAL release, which is a little more Queen's English, King's English, whatever it is now. But yeah, main thing that you notice is mom is changed to mum. So if you're ever watching somebody play Silent Hill 4, you can tell what region of the game, what version they're playing, just from looking at subtitles. Yep. This looks like my fridge right before payday. There's chocolate milk here. Chocolate milk. Chocolate flavored milk. Very sweet. It was in the refrigerator at home. White wine. Bottle of white wine from the refrigerator. It'll break eventually if I keep using it as a weapon. This is actually your first weapon of the game. And interestingly enough, there are breakable weapons. There's like an entire set of golf clubs that you can collect that all break. They all have durability, and once they break, they can't be used anymore. The bottle, though, it's actually beneficial to use this and break it if you're going to use it as a weapon at all. There's other weapons that you get that are better pretty much immediately, like the steel pipe. But if you do choose to use the wine bottle, once you use it enough and it breaks, the broken wine bottle becomes a better weapon. It gets stronger. I don't feel like washing my hands right now. Don't really feel like cooking. What would you cook? White wine and chocolate milk? Make a chocolate milk reduction sauce? All right, that's pretty much everything out here. Look around in the laundry room real quick, utility room. It's a tank filled with oil. This will actually play into something later on in the game. When you get to the forest world, you have a torch that you can use, but you have to light it from other pre-lit torches. And if you actually bring the torch back to your room and interact with this oil can, you can soak the torch with oil and it will burn longer. There are tools and things on the ground. It's a clothes dryer. I don't need that right now. It's a washing machine. I don't need that right now. There's nothing interesting here at the moment. Nothing in this area has really changed since I moved here. I definitely feel that. He said he moved in here like 2 years ago. I've been living in, like, Rachel and I got this house 3 years ago that we live in. And there's a lot of stuff where we set it up and put stuff away when we first moved in. And we're like, oh, we'll figure out a better way to store this stuff and rearrange things eventually. It's been 3 years. There's a lot of stuff around our house that has not moved since we moved in. So I get that.
wonder if I can get out this way.
Dracor says, I've been in my apartment for 12 years now, still have boxes I haven't unpacked. Yeah. That's life, man. There are bathroom items here, but I don't have time for that now. Of course, there's no one in the bathtub. Of course. I love how that's the description that he jumps to. Very reminiscent of Silent Hill 1, when you're in Norman's motel. You can examine one of the showers in Kaufman's room, in the bathroom of Kaufman's motel room. And Harry says a comment very much like that. Like, there's nobody hiding behind the shower curtain. This is no time to be taking a shower. Is that a loose Psycho reference? It definitely is. Especially in Silent Hill 1. I mean, the motel is called Norman's. It's straight up a reference to Norman Bates. But also just kind of the general idea of being scared that someone else is in the room with you. Henry says, you know, somebody chained up the door from the inside. He assumes there's somebody in there with him. It isn't the time for that kind of thing. Those toilet kinds of things. We'll actually get some different dialogue with the toilet later. The water has stopped running. The sewage pipe's broken too. Pull on the part hanging down. I mean, it is the weekend. Pull on that hang down part. You got a steel pipe. 3-foot long sewer pipe. Not very powerful, but fairly easy to use. So immediately we have a weapon that's much better than the wine bottle. And just like the note says, if you carry too heavy a burden, you'll regret it. We're going to go ahead and drop this stuff in the box for now. Maybe a fun reference to Resident Evil 1 Remake with the zombie in the tub. Web Talks says, wasn't it released long after Silent Hill 4? The Resident Evil 1 Remake was on GameCube. So, I mean, it was around the same era. Silent Hill 4 was 2004. So Resident Evil 1 Remake being on GameCube would have only been like a year or two earlier. Yeah, RE1 Remake was 02, something like that. They were around the same time. I love the sound effects. The creepy sound effects. Little kids' voices coming out of the hole. Gotcha, my bad. No, it's easy to forget how long that first Resident Evil remake, like how long that's been out. Most people think of the newer Resident Evil remakes and like the Steam port and everything of that as being much more recent. But I remember when that first came out, playing it on GameCube. Way back in the day. Flashbang. Repoison, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Web Talks. Thank you so much for the support. Web Talks, enjoy the sub. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy the ad-free viewing.
What the hell?
I like how we're barely into the game and what the hell has already been repeated like 4 times. Joseph said it once and Henry has said it like 3 times. The iconic line, his witty catchphrase. It's a down-only escalator. That's weird. It's a dead end. So now we are in Walter's world. Walter's recreation of the subway. And he has pulled other people here, specifically that person at the end of the hall there, Cynthia Velasquez. A woman who Walter has seen many times riding on the subway between South Ashfield and other locations like Pleasant River and Silent Hill. Get stick bugged. Goddess of Day giving out 10 subs to the community. Getting some people stick bugged. Get stick bugged. Get gift subbed. Cinnamon Buns for the win. Tephonomy. Freddy. Haunter Noir. Night Fighter. Dundarius. Velo Tofa. Gimmelresh. Reckon Crew. And Spicy Tofu. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy getting stick bugged. Courtesy of Goddess of Day. Thank you so much for all the support. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Some familiar posters here. If you look around in these environments from the subway, remember Hiroko Usuda was the environmental artist for Silent Hill 3 and returned to be the environmental artist for Silent Hill 4. So a lot of these things were posters and assets and things made by her. You can see there the Havoc's Business Daily. These are all things that were in the Silent Hill 3 subway, kind of making a return here in the Silent Hill 4 subways. Fruity Rouge, but they're all warped and distorted. It's like Walter's memories of these things are not exactly perfect. So you kind of see distorted forms of them in his world. What's with this? This looks like the South Ashfield subway station. But I don't think this should be here. Even Henry recognizes what the subway should look like, and that things are not the way they should be. This door is locked from the other side. Door shut tight, won't open at all. Let's go talk with Cynthia.
Who are you? What's your name?
Henry. And you?
This is my dream, and you don't even know my name. It's Cynthia.
Your dream.
That's right. This is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Well, if it's not a dream, what is it? Anyway, I want to get out of here, but I can't find the exit. Say, will you help me find it? I'm kind of scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later. It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
And Cynthia immediately, like, just going with it. Oh, I'm dreaming. Just gonna be flirty and do whatever. Web Talks says, I heard MGS3 and Silent Hill 4 share the same environmental artist, but don't quote me on this one. If you don't want to be quoted, you can quote me, because I literally said the same exact fact earlier today. We did a shout out for Hiroko Usuda, who is the environmental artist. She also streams on Twitch, and she's a part of our community. She's come over here to some of my streams in the past. But yes, Hiroko Usuda did the environment art for Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, and even reuses some of her paintings and artwork from the Silent Hill games in Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4. So there's some fun little Easter eggs, kind of crossover in her environmental details between all those games. Hey, Sky Sinners, welcome. This game feels like the most of a slog to play. I'm on the cusp of Hospital World, and thinking about Eileen in the latter half is by the stars. I do not want to do it. And this game still looks beautiful, honestly. This game does look beautiful. I love the story. I love the characters. There's a lot of things that I love about this game. I completely agree with you saying this game feels like a slog to play, though. The second half of this game is rough. It is very rough.
Wait a minute. I think I'm gonna puke. Get our first creatures here, the sniffer dogs. I like the design. The fact that they look very distinct from the dogs in like 1 and 3. With the long tongues and the skin texture looking sort of moldy. Almost like mossy. And just the behavior, the animations, but the sound effects. The sound effects are so weird and off-putting. The stock Jaguar sounds really take away from an otherwise really nice variation of like the dog and, dog type enemy. Well, before we check on Cynthia in the bathroom, let's go explore the rest of the subway. We've got a couple things to pick up, a few more enemies we can go smush. It's a payphone, but it's broken. The music. Some kind of station guide, but the text is all blurry. It's totally useless. I like how that also gives you the impression it's not just like the visual textures looking weird and blurry to us. It's not just a result of like, the game being PS2 or anything. Walter's worlds are blurry. They're not perfect. They're recreations in his mind. So they're flawed. What happens if you try to enter the bathroom to look for her? The game progresses. That's what you have to do. So we're doing everything else before that. It's the King Street Line exit. Reference to Stephen King. Need a coin to get through the turnstile. It's the Lynch Street Line exit. So David Lynch. These are like the two biggest influences. There's a lot of influence when it comes to the Silent Hill series. The developers have taken a lot of influence from various authors, various movies and directors, all sorts of things. But the biggest two, if you were to boil it down, would be these two right here. David Lynch and Stephen King. So we get a nice reference to both of them right here through the subway. A coin dispenser for the King Street Line. Broken and I can't use it. Are the dogs Walter's creations? The Jaguar sounds are his twisted thoughts? The Jaguar sounds are the result of this game being rushed and more focus being put onto Silent Hill 3 than Silent Hill 4. Especially in terms of audio, because Akira Yamaoka was doing all of it. He was doing both games. So this game unfortunately got rushed because 3 and 4 were being made at the same time. This wasn't Silent Hill 4 at first, right? Right. It was still meant to be a spin-off game within the Silent Hill universe called Room 302, but it was just going to be a standalone title, not the fourth entry It wasn't going to be like a numbered entry in the series until partway through development. Worm? So this is technically a worm, kind of. It's called the greedy worm. But symbolically, it is an umbilical cord. So we go into several different worlds that are created by Walter. And all of them are connected by the greedy worm, by the umbilical cord. That, to Walter, represents the connection between him and his mother. It's also a very key piece of how we wind up defeating Walter in the very end. You can see a little bit of the greedy worm's head right there at the top. You can see it sort of twists and writhes around. Oh, we got more stick bugs. More stick bugs. Get stick bugged. Courtesy of Canna Snails. Rex Papa. Yenostre. Geek Zone 59. Drakor. And Farming Purrs. Get gift subbed. Get stick bugged. Courtesy of Canna Snails. Canna Snails, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Very much appreciate that love and support. Thank you, thank you. Should be able to get to the street this way, but it's a dead end. So Henry says, are you sure the worm is not a symbol of circumcision? Kappa. I'm sure. I don't know what's going to happen more often. Henry saying the words, what the hell? Or somebody in chat talking about circumcision. And for those who don't understand why So Henry and probably a dozen other people during the stream are going to mention circumcision, there's a reason. The short story version of it is, on the Silent Hill wiki, there was one of the most active administrators who was very anti-circumcision. His name was Alex Shepard, after the Homecoming character. And Alex Shepard decided he was going to go on a crusade to spread the word about the injustice of male circumcision, and decided the way that he's going to do that is by editing and adding super long, unnecessary connections and pages to the Silent Hill 4 wiki, claiming that there's tons of imagery and subtext about Walter being a damaged person because of circumcision. So he changed the Silent Hill wiki pages. He added all of this stuff that was anti-circumcision. And you know what? Like, if you're against circumcision or whatever, that's fine. That's one thing. But it has nothing to do with Silent Hill 4. It's not information that should be on the wiki. And anybody who dared to argue that that wasn't the case, Alex Shepard would just remove them. He was removing moderators from the wiki because they would argue with him or change things back or remove things that he posted. He would call everybody who argued against him brainwashed. And basically just lost his fucking mind. Alex Shepard lost his mind. Like, there it is. So that's why it became a meme in the Silent Hill community to this very day. It's why people still make jokes about circumcision whenever Silent Hill 4 gets played, is because of the Silent Hill wiki and that one administrator. If you want the full story with a lot more detail, I highly recommend looking up Justin Wang on YouTube. A lot of people know Justin Wang. That's WHANG, Justin Wang. But he's done a whole video going over the entire topic, point by point, with like a timeline of events. So, highly recommend that video. If you just look up Silent Hill 4's circumcision on YouTube, his video is probably the first one to pop up. Random stock wood dropping sound. Looks like there's no one in there.
What?
Monado RT, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate those Bezos bucks. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate the support. And Clarden with the 49-month resub. Welcome back. Won't circumvent sharing the sub. Thank you so much. And Rachel, my lovely wife. Thank you so much for the 99 months. Love you. Thank you. Also, like, first subscriber to my channel. Back when I got partnered in 2017, Rachel was subscribed to me before I even knew I'd had the button. Before I even knew I got partner, she was already subbed. Literally my first sub. Where could this crazy hole lead to? So, Cynthia is gone. We're going through the crazy hole. I can play with this during the loading screen. Move it around, change the size.
What? Another dream. But it seems so real. Or could it be? Was I really inside that woman's dream? Oh, that's just stupid. What am I thinking?
See, these moments where Henry wakes up, going back to my thoughts earlier about Silent Hill 4 Remake, what would I change? During those little moments of Henry waking up, having little glimpses of things from Joseph's perspective, or even Walter's perspective, to kind of give us some more information that's normally given through notes and memos. Kind of do it through a little flashback scene, a little part of Henry's waking nightmare instead, would be really cool. Hopefully Bloober will make 3 more remakes. Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, and Silent Hill 4. They already made 2. Yeah, Silent Hill 3, you mean? 1 is already confirmed. They confirmed that during the Konami press start video game conference broadcast thing. So 1 is being developed right now. I would say 3 is a pretty safe bet, unless somehow Silent Hill 1 just completely sells like trash, which I don't see that happening. I would say Silent Hill 3 will most likely be done by Bloober Team as well. Silent Hill 4 is where it gets a little iffy, whether or not they'll tackle a 4 remake. 4 definitely deserves it. But a lot of that is going to depend on how well everything between now and then sells. Because that's the main metric that Konami looks at. They look at sales numbers. Silent Hill 2 Remake was the best-selling Silent Hill game in the franchise so far, which is why they're giving Bloober Team the chance to remake 1. But if the games don't sell very well, they could always cancel projects going forward. But like I said, I don't really see that happening. Some of the side games might not sell too well. Silent Hill F, Silent Hill Townfall. Some of those things might not do too good. But I think in terms of the remakes, like Silent Hill 1 Remake, it'll probably do very well. Just like Silent Hill 2 did.
Police arrested a Mr. Saguru Murakashi after he was discovered naked, urinating from the top of a utility pole in North Ashfield.
We got the Suguru Murakoshi radio broadcast already. That's the director of Silent Hill 4. See ya, fart face. Suguru Murakoshi, one of Team Silent and the director of Silent Hill 4. Urinating from from a pole in South Ashfield. Just a fun little Easter egg poking fun at one of the head devs. Thankful Chair Leg, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Very much appreciate the resub. Thank you. Monado asks, Nub, do you think Takayoshi Sato's influence was missing in Silent Hill 2 Remake? Yes, absolutely. I think some of the scene direction especially would have been a little bit different if Sato had been involved, and I hope that's something that Bloober Team recognizes going forward with Silent Hill 1 Remake and any other games they may remake or be involved in after that. I really hope they try and get more of the original Team Silent members involved. The same way that they did for Silent Hill 2 Remake, they got Masahiro Ito to help out with some creature designs and environmental stuff. They got Akira Yamaoka to help out with some music, but it would have been really nice to have even more people there, to have somebody like Sato there, to have somebody, like Shingo Yuri there. For Silent Hill 1, I would like to hope that they get somebody like Hiroyuki Owaku involved. So, really hoping that they kind of follow their method of getting core Team Silent members involved, and do even more, get more of them for future games. Thankful Chairleg says you mentioned something about Team Silent going out for drinks before recently, right? Maybe the band is getting back together. That's my crazy theory right now. There's nothing to confirm any of that, but it's a very common practice before big business deals in Japan and in the gaming industry in general to get people together for drinks and dinner and stuff like that. Even during the first Silent Hill transmission back in 2022, where they announced the new Silent Hill 2 remake and everything, where they were talking about that, and they mentioned like Bloober Team and Konami, Akira Yamaoka and Ito meeting up over drinks and getting drunk, and eventually led to Silent Hill 2 remake. So seeing all of Team Silent get together for drinks in a recent photo from earlier this year makes me wonder if potentially Ito and Yamaoka, they were like, hey, we got paid. We got to work on Silent Hill again. It's sold very well. They're working on Silent Hill 1 remake now. Let's try and get more of these guys involved. And hopefully that's the reason they got back together, to reunite and get those drinks together. It's my theory on it. They could just be, they're all friends. Ito has mentioned that a lot of them are just friends, that they still talk to each other. So it could just be a case of friends getting together and reuniting, especially over the success of a new game in the franchise that they're most known for. So it could be something as harmless as that, or it could be maybe they're all going to be involved in some Silent Hill projects going forward. Huh. That's weird. Somebody moved it. We'll straighten it. Presumably these are things being done by Joseph, because we know Joseph's ghost, his spirit, is sort of here in the room as well, manipulating some things slightly, giving us notes, giving us information. Who could have done it? There's a pistol on the floor. You got the pistol. Easy to use handgun, but not much stopping power. There's a message carved in here. Looks like they used an ice pick or something. The faint hope I had is slowly changing to despair. This is also referencing Walter's 21 victims. Hope and despair. Different victims have sort of different roles that they play. And some of that is despair, which I believe is Joseph's part in the ritual, like his emotion, however you would consider that, tied to his part of the 21 sacraments. I've somehow managed to tunnel this far, but no matter what I do, I can't get any further. The hallway, the windows, the walls. It feels like this room is stuck in another dimension. Eileen never noticed.
Where did I put that damn broom? Oh, there it is.
So we have a little peephole letting us check in on Eileen. A lot of people, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of fan interpretations of Henry as a character, and they're like, oh, he's a pervert. He's got a peephole to look at his neighbor. He didn't make this. Joseph did. And Joseph didn't make it with the intention of just like peeking at Eileen. He was trying desperately to get out of the room. He was trapped in 302, similar to the way Henry was, or is. And he was just trying everything. He was trying all of his options to be able to escape the room or communicate with somebody outside of the room, which is why this hole was carved here. But it's always funny to me the way that people interpret things in some strange ways. Of course, we've got Robbie the rabbit hanging out on the bed ominously. This is also a bit of an indicator of how time passes. Despite how much time you spend in Walter's world, Eileen has basically just been doing the same thing. She just walked through the hallway, dropped something glass, goes into her apartment, looks for the broom. So only seemingly a few seconds, maybe a couple of minutes at most, have passed since before we went into Walter's world and then came back, versus how much time we spent in Walter's world. And we're going to save our gun and ammo for later on. All we need is our pipe for now. Although, since I was talking about the weapons, specifically the wine bottle, how if you use it and it breaks, it becomes a better weapon, I'll go ahead and bring this with us to demonstrate.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you need a token, there's one here.
So there's Cynthia letting us know that she's somehow still in the subway. We weren't able to find her, but she's there. She's got a token for us. Check in on our neighbors, see what they're doing. You've got the music nerd down there rocking out, stomping around his apartment. Braintree's got up and left. He's gone somewhere else. And we can hear sounds coming from the hallway. We go and check this out. I always thought this was a little bit interesting. So, Eileen was looking for the broom. So she's out in the hallway sweeping up the glass object that fell and broke. But listen to that sound effect. That does not sound like sweeping a hallway. That sounds like shoveling dirt. Could just be another case of sound effects being a little bit sloppy for this game. Just kind of a side effect of how rushed it was. But definitely an interesting choice of sound there. Not just like a sweeping noise. It very much sounds like a shovel, like a metal shovel scooping up dirt. Wet floor and shards of glass? Yeah, that would be a completely different sound. If she dropped her jar of pickles or whatever and was sweeping that up, that wouldn't sound like that. It sounds like a metal head of a shovel and gravel and dirt. Not sweeping like a hardwood floor with glass on it. It's one of the voice actors making mouth sounds before a take. Butsu Butsu? Hitorigoto? I understood that reference. It's a Jeremy Blaustein interview where he was trying to explain the whisper in Silent Hill 2, which was later identified as just being a stock sound. I assume that's what you're referencing twerky. Still not the time for toilet things. And there's Cynthia, or at the very least, a mannequin that is practically identical to Cynthia. Blood on the hands, face in sort of like a horrified expression, holding out a coin, a token, some kind of mannequin. It's got a coin in its hand. Gives us the David Lynch street line coin. It's some kind of mannequin. Creepy. It sort of reminds me of Cynthia. Only sort of. It just looks identical. Like, I get that Henry has been trapped in his room for going on 6 days now. He hasn't had anything to eat. He's only got chocolate milk and wine left. His brain is probably not all there, but come on, brother. Hearing me with the 40 stream streak. The streak's almost as old as I am. Almost. And now we can use our David Lynch coin. Let's equip our bottle. And you don't actually need to even hit enemies with this thing. You can just smack walls. So you start off holding it. And I like how we clanked against it once and then never again. At least if I remember correctly, you can break it on walls. Maybe I'm misremembering. I could have sworn you could get the broken bottle even before hitting enemies with it. I like the difference in the impact noises on the environment. Ah, I guess I am misremembering on that. Or maybe the surface that it hits is something specific. Some things will work and some things won't. Well, we can definitely bust it on a ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Bustin' makes me feel good. There it is. So now it's a better weapon. We get a better attack with it, better range, and more damage. Because it's sharp. Although it does hurt us just being close to ghosts. So we need to move on. Also, some weird stuff manifested in Walter's worlds here. very phallic looking set of puppets, mannequins, whatever these may be. It's filled with some kind of weird stuff. And it looks like there's notes. Like, clearly that's an open book and like a memo pinned to it. But it's nothing you can interact with, nothing that you can read. I feel like at some point in development, those were probably going to be more involved somehow. And it just got cut. It got scrapped. Because it's such a striking design of those things. And later on, we pick up a weapon from those. But not a weapon for Henry. A weapon for Eileen. Will be in that same spot. I'll save you, Lisa Ortiz. Don't worry. We'll get you to your next voice acting gig. Ratatouille. The dollar store knockoff of Ratatouille. That's real, by the way. That's a real thing that the voice actress for Cynthia Velasquez does a voice in. Sounds like a trauma movie? It's worse. It's a poorly animated knockoff of Ratatouille. And it's like, 3D animated kids, quote unquote kids movie. And a paycheck's a paycheck? Yeah, so Rachel and I have subjected ourselves to it. We've watched it a couple times. And yeah, the repeated suit up sequence. There's a lot of repeated animations and stuff. It's filler animations. Hey, 3D animating costs money, and they cut every corner they possibly could. But for the voice actors, we theorized that they were like next door to one of the Pokemon voice acting studios or something. Because there's a lot of voice actors from Pokemon, which Lisa Ortiz is also in Pokemon. So. It's like they just waited outside for everyone to finish recording Pokemon. They were like, hey, you want to come record for Ratatouille? We'll finish in 3 hours and give you $50. We're already seeing a lot of variety in the ghosts. These are all Walter Sullivan's victims up until this point. Toy box here with 1,000 somethings written on it. Simoleons. It's locked and I can't open it. More Cynthia mannequins. Mannequin parts laid around the train. I don't know why they need to be anatomically correct, but they are. That's part of Walter. Part of Walter's mind. It's got a lot of hang-ups in regards to his mother, female form in general. A lot of aspects being projected into his worlds. And Cynthia maybe has something to do with that. She's interacted with Walter on the subway before. She was out with some friends and saw Walter on the train. And sort of her and her friends, in like a mocking way, were sort of like, oh, you should flirt with that weird, gross homeless guy over there. And Cynthia kind of comments like, you know, hey, you would actually look sort of handsome if you weren't so disgusting and homeless. So like there was that connection between Cynthia and Walter. He saw something in her. She recognized something in him. But you don't want to become connected to Walter. That just means you're going to be part of a ritual. And Cynthia, you can do it. Stop running directly behind the ghost. Notice she's actually kind of slowing down here. And then she's just gone.
Cynthia?
Cynthia. Try to go back and look for her. But there are only ghosts. And I've already taken enough damage. You can see from my health bar in the top left there, my health is recovering. One of the nice benefits of the first half of this game. Every time you come back to your room, your health will regenerate. So if you're trying to play this game as efficiently as possible, you want to really stockpile all your healing items, anything like that that you happen to find. Save a lot of your resources for the second half of the game. It's one of the big pitfalls that a lot of new players fall into. Is you'll burn through a lot of your stuff kind of unnecessarily early on, and then the second half of the game where you really need it, you don't have it. Still only the 15 handprints. So Cynthia is still alive for now. Eileen has gone off somewhere. She's done sweeping the hallway, but she's not in her apartment. Richard Braintree there across from us. Another one of our neighbors down there, laying in bed, just kind of like rolls back and forth. I forget which guy that is. That might be the model gun fan. Whatever Richard's doing. His leg bouncing up and down. He's like pounding on his knee. I get it. Sciatica acting up. Leg is going numb. See the little kids in that one, sort of like sitting with their legs over the back of the couch. Always just kind of interesting to see what the neighbors are doing. Creepy radio static already. Usually we're still getting different radio broadcasts and stuff at this point. But otherwise, not a whole lot else has changed. Let's go back in. Oops. Unlock this. That'll be helpful later on. Just loops back to the other side of the subway. Which we don't need to do right now, but later on that'll save us a lot of headache, a lot of time. The downside to the wine bottle, even when it's broken, the damage is not very good. And you can't charge it up. And the charge up attacks are really good in this game because they give you a lot of iframes. You get a lot of invulnerability. So not having a charge attack really, really makes this not a great weapon. Also, here's the greedy worm again. You can see the head of it sort of flail up at times. Again, supposed to be symbolic of an umbilical cord connecting all of Walter's worlds to Walter himself. If you really want to take your time and explore, which you really should do in all of the Silent Hill games, certain enemies are a little bit more difficult to deal with than others. It's definitely worth taking out dogs. The dogs, the way they're programmed in this game, they can speed up indefinitely.
Henry, I found the exit. Come to the turnstile. Hurry! Hurry! It's him! He's coming!
Well, seems Lisa has found Walter. Or Walter has found Lisa, I should say. I love the genuine panic she has in her voice before the intercom cut out there. Here's more of those sort of oddly feminine / phallic looking dolls figures that we saw earlier in the subway. These ones are impaled. A little bit of foreshadowing towards Cynthia. Even the feet have like heels. High heel shapes to them. But yeah, the dogs can be especially annoying because you can't really run from them. Like if you try, they can speed up indefinitely. They can just keep adding speed over and over to the point where they will always catch up to you. Try and get a good shot here from like really far away. Oh, they got distracted by the corpses of the other ones though. Because they will drink the blood of the dead ones. And golf club. It's a golf club. Looks like a 9-iron. Golf club, powerful and easy to use, but it looks like it could break easily. So similar to the wine bottle, how we can use it until it breaks and then keep using it as a broken wine bottle. We've got golf clubs, but these actually do break. And once they break, they're not usable. And they still take up an inventory spot. You can't just drop the broken golf club. Very annoying in terms of this game's weaponry. And the bane of my existence whenever I'm doing Silent Hill 4 randomizers. Because I like doing randomizer runs of this game. It randomizes all of your items, all of your weapons. But that also means that a lot of times I wind up with more golf clubs than anything else. There's a handle missing from this projection. It should act as a key. Through the driver's seat window, I can see light coming in from the side of the tunnel. They are rather passive if you walk slowly by them without touching them, almost like they're semi-blind. You know, it's funny. I did a whole video on my YouTube calling out somebody who mentioned that in a comment on YouTube, kind of mostly as a joke. And there is a very important distinction in maneuvering around enemies. So there are enemies like the dogs and the hummers, the little bug, bat, bird things that we'll encounter in Forest World in a little bit, where if you walk slowly, and here's the thing, this game's got a lot of different move speeds to it. So this is run, where you're holding down the run button and moving the analog stick all the way. Now, if you let go of the run button, you have walk, where this is me moving the analog stick all the way in a direction. And this is considered walking. This is the slowest that you can move if you're playing the PC port. which I almost always am. Now, if you're playing on PS2 or Xbox, original Xbox, this game also came out on OG Xbox, you can move the analog stick very slowly, like very lightly. Don't push it all the way in a direction. Just move it a little bit, and Henry will walk even slower than that. You need to be doing this partial, slow analog walk to get past dogs and Hummers without them noticing you. This is not a feature in the PC version. So if you're playing the PC version, such as to use a randomizer mod or anything like that, this is the slowest you can walk. And the dogs will still notice you if you walk like this. So will the Hummers. There's no avoiding them. There's no walking slower to get around them or to avoid them. They will always be able to detect you on PC. So if you're playing on PC and you're trying to avoid dogs and Hummers, your best bet is to run and dodge. Try to run, try to dodge, because you're not going to sneak past them. If you're playing on PS2 or OG Xbox, then you can do the slow walk method and try to kind of stealth around some of them. Got a health drink. It can be very... I hit the wrong button. I wanted to bring up the inventory to show the description of it, and instead I accidentally drank it. So I'm just going to finish what I was saying anyway. It can be very tempting to drink these as soon as you pick them up, especially if you're already hurt, like I was. Again, you want to try to save all of that stuff for the second half of the game and not waste it like a fool, like I just did. Because you get free heals going back to your room. I could have gone back to my room right here through this convenient halo of the sun and just fully healed. But oh well, it's one health drink wasted. We'll try not to waste any more. Introduction of another enemy type, the Wallmen. It's better to not even really fight these. If you can, just try and run past them. The Escalator of Pain. Yep, if you're into speed running Silent Hill 4, this is one of the most frustrating parts of the game right here. Because how these guys react and swing is pretty random. You can slightly manipulate it based on how quickly you approach them, but when you're speedrunning, you're not wasting any time walking and doing anything like that to manipulate them. You just kind of have to go. So you're really at the mercy of RNG there. How they pop out, how many swings they do, and the hitboxes for their attacks linger for a very long time after they've already finished their animation. So there's a lot of times where they'll swing at you, and you'll try to run past, and the visual will look like you're in the clear, and then you get hit by a lingering hitbox of something that's not even there. You'll just run and start flipping through the air. It can be a very frustrating part of this game. Mostly for speedrunning. If you're playing casually, take your time. Wait out the animations, or just fight them if you really want to. But for speedrunners, yeah, those escalators suck. Women's makeup items are scattered on the ground. These must be Cynthia's. Just no comment about the blood, all the blood stains. Just the makeup. Lipstick, nail polish, perfume, eyeliner, little compact with a brush, washcloth, purse, the blood in the ticket station itself. There's a plate on the door. This gives us the Temptation placard. Placard from Subway World. It shows a woman and says Temptation. So like I said, there's sort of like a different... Hang on. What is the button? There it is. So that you can view the item descriptions. But each one of Walter's victims has like a different thing associated with them. So for Cynthia, it's temptation. So we'll see that kind of recurring throughout the rest of Walter's victims, but it's also something that applies to the first 15, but it's something that's never mentioned in-game. You have to look at the victim files that were posted separately on Konami's website back in the day when this game first came out. Thankfully, those are all archived, but that's one of those things where if they remake Silent Hill 4, all that information needs to be included in the core game itself, not kept outside of it as supplemental material. Lynch Street Line Coin. Train token for the subway's Lynch Street line. Can be used any number of times. Pistol bullets. Small diameter bullets for use in the pistol. Not very powerful. The broken wine bottle with a new description now that it's broken. Bottle of white wine from the refrigerator. Now that it's broken, it's even more dangerous as a weapon. And the 9-iron. Golf club. Powerful and easy to use, but it looks like it could break easily.
Are you okay?
It's just a dream, right? I think I drank too much last night. I never got to do that special favor for you. I feel like I'm dying.
Okay. It's just a dream.
So sleep in your
Cynthia. Man, what's that noise out there?
Again, I know Henry's been trapped in his room for like almost a week. Probably hasn't had much to eat and getting delirious. He's having these weird nightmares and kind of stuck in a dreamlike state. But when you see Cynthia completely covered in blood and dying, and you ask something like, "Are you okay?" Wake up and hear ambulances and sirens, and you're like, what's that sound? It really makes Henry kind of come off as sort of stupid. I realize it's supposed to be part of his character. There's an ambulance and a police car. Is it Cynthia? Now, this is something that's a bit interesting about how Walter's worlds operate, because people are being physically drawn in to Walter's worlds, and Walter can then sort of deposit them in other places. Because when you're in Walter's world, you're not in an actual physical location. You are in the same way that note described in the beginning of the game. You're in a world that is outside of reality. It is within reality overall, but it is separate entirely from it. But if you die in Walter's world, your spirit becomes a ghost in Walter's worlds. But your physical body is sort of deposited into the real world location. So Cynthia winds up in the actual subway, the same way that other victims will wind up in their places, even if we're not physically in those worlds. We're not at those locations. Kind of like Freddy Krueger. Depends on the movie, because they change up a lot of those rules from movie to movie. Especially when you get into the later ones and the remake. The remake with the micro naps. You have to pump yourself with adrenaline to stay awake, because otherwise you'll have micro naps while you're physically walking around, but somehow still in the... It's stupid. It gets weird.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already. Damn, she's got numbers carved into her chest. I wonder if...
We've got the medics, the paramedics who came along with the ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already. Maybe the police or the detectives. Hard to know who exactly is talking to who there. But they notice the numbers carved into her chest, which is Walter Sullivan's MO. All of his victims. But the reason that starts to be strange is because Walter has been dead for years at this point. He's not just getting all 21 victims all like within a few days of each other or anything. He's been planning this for years. He's been basically planning this for most of his life. He's been brainwashed into believing the 21 sacraments and the cult beliefs ever since he was a child, and he's been striving to complete this ever since he was a young man. So Walter, from the time of his first victim until the events of this game, I want to say it's like 10 years or 11 years. It's a pretty long time. And by this point, like, he had a few victims that are close to each other in terms of time, but then large gaps in between other victims. And one of the biggest gaps was between the 11th and 12th victims, because there's essentially two different rituals going on simultaneously. The first one is the Holy Assumption, what's also known as the 10 Hearts. So that involves the first 10 victims of Walter's, where he actually has to not only kill them or carve numbers into them, he needs to collect their actual heart from their body. So the first 10 victims have their hearts removed. After that begins the second half of the ritual, which is essentially the next 11 victims for a total of 21, for the 21 sacraments. So the first 10, he kills them, he takes their heart. The 11th victim is Walter himself. We'll read a document a little bit later on, kind of explaining the ritual overall, but Walter has to commit suicide. He has to take his own life in order to shed his human body, his corporeal form, and become a ghost that essentially has the powers of Silent Hill. Like, it's why he's able to do the things that he's doing. It's why he's able to exist in a ghost form. It's why he's able to manipulate and create worlds. It's why he's able to pull victims into his worlds and kill them and deposit them elsewhere. It's why he's able to collect his own body from his prison cell, because he was in prison, committed suicide by stabbing a spoon into his neck, and then can become a ghost, collect his body, and bring it to these apartments. He's able to do all of that because he completed that first Holy Assumption, those first 11 victims, including himself. Believing something so hard that it ends up manifesting into existence. Pretty much. Like, his belief and his memory of these locations is what allows him to create these worlds. His desire and belief in all of these victims being specific chosen people for the 21 sacraments is what allows him to pull them into those manifested worlds. Like, everything is coming from Walter's subconscious. The same way the power of Silent Hill works is essentially what Walter's capabilities are in this game. It's also why he's able to do all of this outside of the town here in Ashfield.
Are you yearning for that special place to spend quality time with your loved one? Do you need to relax and get away from it all? Come to Silent Hill for the ultimate peaceful getaway.
And then we get that little radio ad for tourism in Silent Hill. Kind of an abbreviated version of the tourism pamphlet from Roger Widmark that you find in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Everybody's still kind of going about their business. Clock is stopped at 10:06. Can't use the TV or the phone. It feels like someone has intentionally cut off communication. Brought these books with me when I moved here, but I don't read them anyway. Yeah, check around the room each time we come back from a world, because a lot of these descriptions change throughout the game. This is South Ashfield Heights. It's U-shaped. The west side has 2 floors. The east side has 3 floors. Weird building design. Here's our little bit of extra dialogue on Frank Sunderland. I heard that Sunderland, the superintendent who gave me this photo, has been the super here since the building was built. So, a little bit more about Frank. He's been the superintendent of the apartments since it was constructed. At least that's what Henry's heard. Post up. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. I was that age once too. Yeah, that's a photo of you as a child. That's how that works. I wonder if this furniture belonged to the person who lived here before. We do see it in Joseph's flashback sort of final moments at the start of the game. But it's weird because it kind of goes against your first bit of dialogue there, where he talks about the furniture being... The way he phrases it makes it sound like it's furniture that he's had since before the move, not furniture that's been in the apartment since before he lived here. We already read this. That doesn't change. Eileen hears the ambulance and the police sirens, goes to her window to see what's going on. Got a lot of stuff here we can put away. Pretty much everything. But we are going to Forest World next, so we're going to need chocolate milk and a steel pipe. Now we start getting some of our information from Joseph. Scrap of red paper stuck in here. Although the cult itself is gone, I'm sure the spirit of it is still alive. There are too many strange things happening in that town. I'm investigating 2 people, or maybe I should say just 1. I've just about discovered what's going on. April 8th. So it's somewhat early in Joseph's investigation. He assumes the cult is gone. It's not. He assumes that he's investigating 2 people because the theory for Walter's victims, the reason why there were the first 10 victims, and then Walter kills himself, and then there continues to be victims that follow the same sort of MO. The detectives and the police, the investigators, they think that it's a copycat because they're trying to figure this out from a logical standpoint. Not as people who believe in crazy mystical powers, a town with spiritual powers, a cult with rituals that are able to have real effects on reality. They're not viewing it from that perspective. They're trying to solve it logically. So for them, they're trying to figure out how could Walter still have victims after he has died. So they attribute it to one of 2 things. A copycat, somebody who is just mimicking Walter's murder style, essentially. Or that the person who killed themselves in Walter's prison cell was not the real Walter, and that the real Walter is still out there committing murders. Both of these are proven to be not true. It is crazy, mystical, spiritual stuff going on. Walter becoming a crazy ghost with powers and continuing the 21 sacraments. But they don't know that. Joseph eventually figures that out, but not until the very end. Not until it's too late, essentially. At least for him. And now we have a new hand, a new bloody handprint added to the wall. What was previously 15, there's now 16, indicating Cynthia is the 16th victim out of 21, which coincides with the numbers that were carved into her chest, 16121. Now, if Walter had a little bit better handwriting and distinguished his ones from his backslashes, you'd be able to tell that it's not 16121, it's 16/21, 16 out of 21. That's an actual plot point of the game. Joseph has to figure out, through his investigations, that the third digit in the numbers carved into the victims is not a digit. It's not a 1. I don't really have to go right now. This is no time to be taking a shower. Of course, there's no one in the bathtub. A lot of this stuff is still the same. Just want to go around the room and examine stuff. See when descriptions change, when we start getting more flavor text, more info. Because it can be easy to miss a lot of that. There are so many weird stories about Silent Hill, but looking at this scenery, it's hard to believe that any of them are true. I also like that we get this outside perspective of the town. Because to most people, it is just a scenic little tourist trap. Like, there's stories and rumors about weird stuff going on there, but for the majority of people who go there, have a vacation, everything goes fine. It's a nice, quiet little town. That's even how Douglas describes it in Silent Hill 3. I like that we have outside perspective to kind of show that from game to game, it's still there. It's still functioning as like a normal tourist town where people don't have weird stuff happen to them. That the experiences and what we see with the town in the games is something rare. It's not something that's just happening to everybody. The lighthouse near the lake in Silent Hill. There was an old amusement park by there. Little reference to Lakeside Amusement Park, which is near the lighthouse. It was a nice sunny day when I snapped this shot in downtown Silent Hill. Nice sunny day, not foggy, no fog world, nothing weird. The air was so fresh and I felt so good. Scraps from magazines, articles, books, and things like that, but nothing useful. Photo of the Silent Hill Church. Doesn't say specifically which one, although that looks mostly like the Balkan Church in Silent Hill 1. It was just a quick snapshot, but if I stare at it, I feel like I'm being sucked in. It makes me feel so strange. The hole's getting bigger. back in. Back to Walter's world. But this time we're going to a new one. So now we are in Forest World. It's a cliff. I can't go forward here. You can even see a little bit of the water there. Part of Toluca Lake. Which, there's a sign a little bit later in part of this area to confirm that it's Toluca Lake. This is the woods just outside of the town, still near the lake, and mostly just the area around the orphanage where Walter was raised as a child. The orphanage run by the cult, the Wish House or Hope House, as it was originally written and then changed. It's too dark to see. I've got a bit of a theory on the changing of the name of it, because there's some stuff to kind of explain. So, I mentioned earlier, Silent Hill 4 started off, it was going to be a spin-off game. It was still going to be part of the Silent Hill universe, but not a main title entry, just called Room 302. But throughout its development, very early on in its development, they decided this is good enough to be a full-fledged entry, the fourth game in the series, and they decided to make it Silent Hill 4, The Room. While Silent Hill 4, The Room was being developed, Silent Hill 3 was also still being developed. 3 and 4 were being worked on pretty much simultaneously. 3 started development before this one, but only by like a few months. And then Room 302 started development, and then another maybe month or two after that, it became an official full-fledged Silent Hill 4. So by that point, before Silent Hill 3 was finished, they wanted to make more of a definite connection from game to game to make this feel like an intentional, included part of the series. So there's a crossover article. One of Joseph Schreiber's articles exposing the cult, talking about Silent Hill and the water prison and all of that, can be found in Silent Hill 3. So they wrote that article, Joseph Schreiber as a character, and the article that he wrote about Silent Hill and the water prison, they wrote that for Silent Hill 4, and then included it as something that you can find in Silent Hill 3. Just to kind of connect these games a little bit more. Make this feel like more of a proper, full-fledged entry. And the game wasn't done yet, but they still had that article ready to go. And that article mentions the orphanage. So in the Silent Hill 3 version of the article, the orphanage is called Hope House. Now, here's the problem. There is an actual orphanage. There's an actual organization that tries to find good homes for orphans called Hope House. It's a real thing. So my guess is they wrote the article when everything was still in production. And when everything is still in production, you don't really have all of those, like, you haven't run it by any committees yet. You haven't really run it through people to check that sort of thing yet. And it was probably included in Silent Hill 3 very last minute, just as a way to, like, tie these games together a bit. By the time 3 came out, and before 4 came out, they had enough time to kind of revise everything, run it through all of the proper people, all the proper channels. They probably found out about the actual organization, Hope House, sometime in that little window of time. So they were like, okay, this has to change. So Hope House became Wish House. That's my theory on the discrepancy. That's what makes the most sense to me, like timeline-wise, development-wise, why that would change. But just one of those interesting things, the fact that they include that note in Silent Hill 3, have a little difference in what they mention for the orphanage itself. Let's try slow walking. To avoid our Hummers. Get out of my brain. Yeah, it's still not perfect. Yeah, you still get eaten up. See, for all the people who think you can just walk past, stealth past things, it's definitely more effective on certain enemies like the sniffer dogs. But it's just not super effective. Not for these. This liquid, it reeks so bad, it makes my head spin. I do want to backtrack here. Clear these out, examine a few things. What is this stuff? What could they have been making? There's all this industrial equipment, barrels, stuff that reeks. Henry's trying to figure out what they may have been making, like they're manufacturing something. What is this place? Is it some kind of factory? go back to the room and heal up. My Wi-Fi could not satisfy. Great username. Asks, is Silent Hill 4 one of your favorites? Maybe in the top 3. Not in my top 3. It's my 4th favorite. If you're curious about how I rank the games, I actually did a tier list video on my YouTube channel. I've done 2 big tier lists now. I've done a tier list for how I rank all the games in general, and I did a huge, like 300 and something, like 335 characters long tier list of all the characters across all the games, including very, very minor ones.
Help me! Help! Let me out of here!
There's something going on in this room.
What do you mean?
I heard weird noises coming from inside there.
Help!
Hey, Richard, can you see anything from your window?
No. Everything looks pretty normal to me. The guy who lives here, what's he like anyway?
I know his name and face, but that's about it.
Well, I'm gonna go call the super.
Yeah, good idea.
Damn it. They can't hear me.
No more, just kind of emphasizing Henry can't contact anyone outside of the room. Also a little more insight into Eileen, like lives right next door to him. He's lived here for 2 years, based on everything else in here that we've examined. And she still only knows name and face. So Henry doesn't really, like, socialize. Braintree doesn't know anything about him. So you kind of get the impression Henry keeps to himself. We get anything new? It's getting static on the radio now. Braintree's going with Eileen to talk to Frank. So he's not in his apartment. Heard Frank's been here since the building was built. And also talking about Walter's created worlds not being reality, not being the actual literal place. You even get more sort of information supporting that just from your saves. It's not saying that you're returning from, you know, the South Ashfield subway. You're returning from Subway World. You're not returning from the forest surrounding Silent Hill or Silent Hill Woods or anything like that. You're returning from Forest World. These are worlds created by Walter. Who's my favorite protagonist among the mainline Silent Hill games? Heather. Heather Mason, protagonist of Silent Hill 3. My absolute favorite. There's a lot of layers to her character. There's a lot to consider with who she is and how she reacts to things, and I think Silent Hill 3 does it very well. She's one of the most descriptive characters where Silent Hill 3, you can examine practically everything in the environment. And Heather not only describes it, but tells you what it reminds her of, what it makes her think about, how it makes her feel. So we just learn so much more about her. We get a lot more characterization for Heather as a protagonist than we do a lot of the other protagonists throughout the series. So she's just a really well-written character, well-performed, well-designed. Definitely my favorite. So if they're worlds, then how come Cynthia's corpse gets carried out the real-life subway? Because Walter can physically teleport people around. The same way he can move his own body from a prison cell to room 302. He can draw you in from where you are into his world and then deposit your body elsewhere while your soul continues to inhabit his world as a ghost. That's way more terrifying than the game ever lets on. I mean, so here's the scrapbook, right? And the first letter, the book scrap that you find behind your bookshelf, one of the first things, tries to explain this to the player. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, that's the first half of the 21 Sacraments ritual, where he kills his first 10 victims and then kills himself. So through that ritual, he built a world. Walter is creating these worlds. They exist in a separate, in a space separate from the world of our Lord. They are outside of reality. More accurately, it is within yet without the Lord's world. So it resembles reality, but it is not reality. Unlike the world of our Lord, reality, it's a world of extreme flux. Unexpected doors or walls, moving floors, odd creatures, a world only he can control. Walter's in control of everything happening in these worlds. Who gets to go in them, who gets to leave them, where they wind up. All of that is all Walter. That's all his doing. Anyone swallowed up by that world will live there for eternity, undying. They will haunt that realm as a spirit. How can our Lord forgive such an abomination? That's exactly what happens to his victims. So the game does try to tell you. It does try and explain it. But a lot of people either miss that note or don't know how to interpret it. These are the kind of things that if they were to remake Silent Hill 4, I would like a lot of that information to be conveyed through a little bit more direct kind of information, cutscenes, dialogue. Because this, I love reading. I love reading the memos and notes in the games. But Silent Hill 4, more than a lot of the other games, is very memo heavy. They rely on memos to convey a lot of the main plot of the game. And that could definitely be tweaked a bit. That could be stuff revealed through Henry waking up in his room. He could be waking up from nightmares, flashbacks, dream sequences to help convey bits and pieces of information. There's little better ways, I think, to get a lot of that info across. Brain Explodes says scenes of cops and detectives finding the bodies would be cool. That would be interesting, especially Walter's previous victims. We get very little on Walter's first 15 victims. The game really only covers 16 through 21. Techno Jester, sorry if already answered. Are you playing on PC or PlayStation? Yes. I'm on my PC using PC SX2 PlayStation 2 emulator. He did intentionally set out to create all these worlds. They're not just a byproduct of him tampering with the cult's rituals and magic. No, they are intentional. These are places that are being intentionally created with purpose by Walter to entrap very particular people who he deems his victims, to play specific roles in the 21 Sacraments. It's not happening just by chance. Or byproduct, as you say. It stopped with the brake pedal engaged. There are all sorts of things scattered on the seat. Among the trash is a scrap of paper with something written on it. It's been a while since I came here to Silent Hill. Maybe I'll meet the devil this time. Hold on, I'm not reading this properly. Based on the person who wrote it. It's been a while since I came here to Silent Hill. Maybe I'll meet the devil this time. But whenever I come to a cool place like Silent Hill, I always get real thirsty. Jasper Gain. There's a memo pad in there too. I'm not sure what that nosy guy meant when he said his home is the orphanage in the middle. The lake is northwest, so the opposite is southeast. The nosy guy said one other thing I don't understand. If you bring the dug up key, you can't go back. Put it away somewhere before you return there. Boo-doo. So that's Jasper's car, Jasper's memos, talking about the nosy guy. That would be Joseph Schreiber, the person who lived in 302 before Henry, the investigative journalist who was trying to investigate Walter, trying to investigate the cult, the 21 Sacraments, basically started digging deeper and deeper, uncovering more and more going on. And Jasper, one of my favorite characters, because Jasper is an in-universe Silent Hill fan. Like, in our reality, there are people who are fans of, like, the paranormal or true crime, interested in real-world murderers. People in our reality are like that, right? People who want to go to, like, haunted places or places where horrible things have happened, like Salem, Massachusetts, for example. I know a lot of people who are like that are interested in kind of the darker side of human history, going to look at murderers' last places where they were alive, or the towns that they grew up in, or like Salem, where the witch trials were held, and things like that. In the Silent Hill universe, in this game universe, Jasper and his friends are like that. They are that type of person. They're interested in Silent Hill because of all the weird shit that goes on there, because of Walter Sullivan's killings, because of, like, all of this paranormal activity. They're fans of that. So they're only here because they're fans of Silent Hill. They are in-universe Silent Hill fans. They're just like me, for real, for real. But that's the whole reason that Jasper and his friends are here, and that's also, unfortunately, what makes them cross paths with Walter and become his victims.
So you came to investigate this stone too. There was another guy here before, a real nosy guy.
Turn up the audio for you.
But I was the one who found the stone first. In the old days, the natives called it Nakihona. They used it in a ceremony for talking with their dead ancestors. And now those guys are using it too. Call it the Mother Stone. They're just up ahead in that weird building, operating some kind of crazy religious cult. They used to collect orphans and did things to them. Kind of gives you the chills, huh? This stone.
So Jasper, being a fan of this stuff, has a lot of info. He knows about the cults. He knows about the weird stuff going on. He knows they're based out of the orphanage, the weird building up ahead. He knows about Joseph, the nosy guy. He knows about these stones. Nakihona, the mother stones. And that supposedly there is some sort of significance to these. This rock is creepy somehow. Silent Hill 4 going meta? Yeah, Trix Hallows. Even more than you might realize.
Yeah, gives me the chills.
Take a look at his shirt. If you've never noticed Jasper's shirt design here, that is the boss from Silent Hill 1. That is the Incubus. That's literally the god that pops out of Alessa if you're getting the good or good plus ending in Silent Hill 1. And underneath it is the word Hauros. Hauros. Which in Japanese, you can't really translate over the F sound. It sounds more like the H sound in English. So, Hauros is sort of a Japanese mistranslation of Flauros, the magical pyramid that you are given by Dahlia Gillespie, from also from Silent Hill 1. So Jasper is just wearing Silent Hill 1 reference the shirt. Random Ivy 9 asks, so is the Silent Hill 1 god that the Order venerates actually the Incubus or the shining form of Alessa? It's a little confusing for me. It's confusing because it was retconned and rewritten as they made sequels. So when Silent Hill 1 was made, they didn't have sequels in mind. They were just making a single standalone game. So from the standpoint of that single standalone game, the Incubus is the god. That is the god that Dahlia believes in, that she is trying to use her daughter to birth. Then, that gets retconned with Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. because you essentially have the cult break off into two different sects. You've got one portion of the cult that is going by the idea of the original God that Dahlia believes in. You've got another version of the cult that branches off, who believe in Alessa herself as Saint Alessa. And then Silent Hill 4, we have yet another branch of the cult, the sect of Valtiel, that instead places their main worship around the deity or angel Valtiel, introduced in Silent Hill 3, who is essentially like the caretaker of God. So it gets confusing because you've got multiple different writers across multiple different games with different ideas of what the cult should do or be or believe in for the purpose of that game, that doesn't always line up with the games before it or that came after it. I think that's the biggest thing a lot of Silent Hill fans have trouble kind of reconciling in terms of understanding the series. The games were not all written all at once. You didn't have just like one writer coming up with Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, 4, everything all at once and then, piecemealing them. No, the game wasn't made to be a franchise. Silent Hill 1 was just going to be a standalone game. No sequels were planned. It did well. It sold very, very well. So they decided to make a sequel. Well, the original idea for making sequels was to do an anthology series. If you're fans of like the Halloween movies, they tried to do something similar. Halloween 1 and 2 was the story of Michael Myers, but then all of the Halloween movies after that, let's just make them different little stories, which is how you got Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. Had nothing to do with Michael Myers, completely different story. Like, everything was just kind of meant to be loosely tied anthology stories, for the most part unrelated to each other. So that's how Silent Hill was originally planned. They did the first one, it sold very well. The follow-up was meant to be the first in like a series of anthology sequels, which is why Silent Hill 2 has no Harry Mason, no cult, no Alessa, no Dahlia, like, not even in the same part of the town. You're on the opposite side of the lake in a completely different part of Silent Hill. Nothing is familiar between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2. Well, Silent Hill 2, a lot of people now, they're like, oh, Silent Hill 2 is the best one. It's my favorite. It's a lot of people's favorite. There's a reason why that was the first one to get a remake. But at the time, back in 2001, when Silent Hill 2 first came out, it was not very well received, especially in Japan. A lot of the audience was expecting a proper sequel to Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 came out, and there was a lot of fans who were like, where's Harry? Where's Alessa? What happened? Where's Cheryl? Where's the baby that he ran off with? Like all these things that were unanswered from Silent Hill 1. Why is this not addressed in Silent Hill 2? So Silent Hill 2 was poorly received in a lot of places by a lot of the fandom at the time of release because of that. The developers took that into consideration when Silent Hill 2 didn't sell as many copies as Silent Hill 1, and they were like, all right, they were already working on Silent Hill 3 that was not the Silent Hill 3 that we got. There was a completely different Silent Hill 3 that was in the works. It was going to be an on-rail shooter similar to the Silent Hill arcade game. This is going off of Masahiro Ito and other developers' commentary. It was an on-rail shooter that was going to be completely unrelated. It was going to be another part of the anthology. Similar to Silent Hill 2 not having anything to do with Silent Hill 1, the original Silent Hill 3 was not going to have anything to do with 1 or 2. But Silent Hill 2 came out. It didn't sell as well as Silent Hill 1, and a lot of the fan base didn't like it because it didn't tie up a lot of those loose ends from Silent Hill 1. So that project that was in production for Silent Hill 3 was scrapped, and they started over and made a proper sequel to Silent Hill 1, basically what the fans were asking for. So that's what gave us the Silent Hill 3 that we have now. So these games, when people try to like think of them as one cohesive story from entry to entry, try to fit it all into a big understandable timeline of events, and think of it as like, oh, the cult has this set of beliefs in this game, so surely that must lead into this game or the next game or whatever. It just doesn't work that way. They're all very disjointed, much more than a lot of fans realize. They're very much kind of their own stories. They have these little linking elements to try to tie things together, but it's usually very loose, and it's usually very contradictory. There's a lot of things in sequels that will contradict information from the games before it, that tries to retcon information, change how the cult works, change how the power works, change how the other world works. That's been happening since the original game. Anyway, that's my rant. People need to understand better. These games are not made to be one long continuous story from like one creative mind or writer or source. They're all different. They're all different. They link together in some interesting ways, but it's not in the way where you can make like a cohesive overall understanding of the cult or the gods or the power or even a timeline. Anyway, this is the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, aka Wish House. That's the orphanage run by the cult, huh? All these Comic Sans signs. A lot of people give shit to HD Collection for changing the Silent Hill Ranch to Comic Sans. Well, this is the reason they use Comic Sans. Because they had it on file at Konami in the resources that they were given because of this game. When I was new to the series, I always wondered that all the games are called Silent Hill, but only one of them is an actual Silent Hill, and always expected to see the mystique of Silent Hill as a town. Appalling Snowman, I mean, you do see, like, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2, they take place both in Silent Hill. I'm trying to understand your comment, I guess. But the multiple games take place in the town. I guess what you mean is you never really see the real town. You don't ever get to see the normal reality tourist town. You're always experiencing through the games the fog world or the other world. You're not really seeing the town the way your average person who lives there or your average tourist probably sees it. Is that what you mean? 3 eventually gets there? Yeah, 3 eventually gets there. We never go there in 4. Like, right now, we are in worlds being created by Walter. So you're seeing Walter's sort of version of areas kind of related to the town. We're in the woods outside of the town. But you never really go to the town itself. Silent Hill Smile Support Society Wish House. Yep, same thing. The real Silent Hill town that was ravaged by natural calamity of gas emerging from under the ground. Okay. Here we go. So you're referencing Centralia, Pennsylvania. Centralia, Pennsylvania is not the real Silent Hill. That was the basis for the movie. When Christoph Gans and Roger Avery were coming up with their adaptation of the games for the 2006 Silent Hill movie, they based that on Centralia, Pennsylvania. When the developers, Team Silent, were making the original Silent Hill games, they never heard of Centralia. That's been outright stated by multiple developers. Centralia was not the basis of the town. Centralia is not the real Silent Hill. It was something that they based the movie version of the town on, which is very different from the games. It's thanks to a lot of YouTubers and influencers spreading around misinformation that so many people get that wrong, don't understand that Centralia had nothing to do with the games. That is strictly the movies. That was entirely a choice made by Roger Avery. Thought it was a direct inspiration? No, it was not. But like I said, that's not your fault. That's the fault of a lot of lazy YouTubers and people spreading around like Silent Hill fun fact. Did you know? Like those type of YouTubers who don't do any research. They just spread the same misinformation around. And it's been happening since 2006. So something spreads around misinformation like that for so long, people just accept it as true without delving any deeper. But yeah, hopefully one person at a time mentioning Centralia in my streams will set the record straight eventually. Spreads like wildfire. It's also something you should play Silent Hill 1 and pay attention to the dialogue. The same way a lot of people will say, oh, there's a fire burning under Silent Hill just like Centralia, and there's ash falling from the sky. Play Silent Hill 1. Listen to what Dr. Michael Kaufman says when you meet him. He says it's snowing out this time of year. It's confirmed in the games that there is no coal mine fire. There is no ash falling in the games. It is snow. It's out of season. It's weird for it to be snowing during that time of year, but it is just snow. All of that is misconceptions thanks to the movie being so drastically different from the games. Erwick 118 asks, so is the town derelict for the average person, or is it supposed to be a normal functioning town unless you go there with a bad past? Plenty of people go there with a bad past and have nothing out of the ordinary happen to them. The occurrences that happen for the people in the games are extremely rare things. These are not things that just happen to just anybody. Murderers go and live all like in Silent Hill and have nothing out of the ordinary happen to them. The town is a normal, average tourist town. It's described that way by Douglas in 3, nice, quiet little town. It's described that way by Henry in this game. He talks about being there 3 years ago, taking photos. It was a nice sunny day. The air felt nice. He talks about having nice memories, visiting there for vacation, taking photos as he's a photographer. nothing bad happens. Not everybody who has some sort of trauma in their life or some kind of darkness in their past or anything like that, not everybody goes to Silent Hill and gets their own personal therapy demons or other world. That is an extremely rare occurrence. Origins kind of tries to explain the fog and snow. Origins was written in a week because the original idea was so bad that the new directors, Sam Barlow, had no choice but to completely redo it. And Origins only tries to explain it at the very beginning, and it still makes no sense. That the Gillespie house is on fire. And Travis doesn't realize that it's not fog, it's smoke, until he's standing in front of the burning house. Have you ever been outside when it's foggy? Have you ever stood around a barbecue? Is there a dead giveaway? Wouldn't there be a dead giveaway that fog and smoke are not the same thing, long before you see the source of it? Because you have a sense of smell. Presumably Travis does too. Like most human beings, not everybody has a functioning olfactory system, but most people have a sense of smell. Smoke has a smell, a very distinct smell, especially a house fire. Origins is dumb. Don't rely on Origins for information. Just like don't rely on movie information to apply to the games.
Hey, little boy, what are you doing here?
You're finally the third revelation. Something's gonna happen. That nosy guy that was here, he said it too. Something big is gonna happen. Finally, it's gonna happen!
Is the nosy guy Henry? It's been quite some time. No, Googie. The nosy guy is Joseph Schreiber, the investigative journalist. The journalist who has been investigating Walter and the cult. And the orphanage. Must be the grave of someone from that Silent Hill religious group. So, great little scene there with Jasper and little Walter, our first time seeing young Walter, sort of the representation of Walter's innocence, despite everything that Walter has been through, everything that he's doing. He's killing people, he's trying to carry out this ritual, but at the start of all of that, he was just an innocent little kid who was being brainwashed by a malicious cult. And little Walter is kind of the last bit of good that still exists through Walter, and is somewhat trying to help Henry. A little bit trying to stop Walter. Not to the same degree as like Alessa trying to stop Dahlia in Silent Hill 1, for example. But he's aware of what's happening, and he does try to help in situations. He tries to help Eileen when Eileen gets attacked by adult Walter. Last little bit of good. And then Jasper, being a fan of Silent Hill, being a fan of the occult, being a fan of Walter Sullivan, he knows enough about the situation to recognize sort of what's happening, that Walter is carrying out the ritual. He recognizes the third revelation. So he's on point. He kind of knows what's going on. Not exactly, but more than a lot of people in this game sort of understand. Carved in the stone, it says, "Best wishes for Wish House." It's a gravestone. Nothing very interesting about it. Silent Hunter 382. I love your username because if you play Silent Hill 3 on PC, you know how like NVIDIA, if you have an NVIDIA card, and you can go in and change your graphics and stuff from program to program, it will always automatically detect sh3.exe, the PC version of Silent Hill 3, as Silent Hunter, which is like a submarine warfare game. I don't know if your name's a reference to that, by the way, but I think of it every time I see your username. Silent Hunter said, if I'm correct, of the Team Silent games, only Silent Hill 2 has monsters that are based on the main character. The other 3 are from another person. Yeah, so Silent Hill 1, the monsters are not coming from Harry Mason. They're coming from Alessa Gillespie. Silent Hill 3, it's a mix of things. Silent Hill 3, the creatures are manifesting from Heather, but you could technically say they're manifesting from Alessa, from Heather's previous life, and they're also being manifested from Claudia. It's kind of a mixture of Alessa, Claudia, and Heather herself. So 3 is kind of a mix of things, and it does include some things from Heather herself. And then this game, Silent Hill 4, everything is being created by Walter. It's got nothing to do with Henry. Henry is just kind of here. This is the Walter Sullivan game. Like, it is all about Walter. He's the main character. A grave has been dug here. On the bottom of the coffin are the numbers 11121. So remember, this is a plot point. This is not a 1 in all of the writings. These are just meant to be a slash separating the first set of numbers and the second set of numbers. So 11 out of 21 is the meaning of that 11121. The 11th victim out of the 21 sacraments was Walter Sullivan himself. So this is Walter's grave, essentially. So Walter was raised by the orphanage here. He killed himself after being imprisoned for the first several murders that he committed, the first 10 victims. The thing that out of all of those murders, some were still being discovered. So the one that he was convicted for was Billy and Miriam Locane, a pair of siblings, children, who appear in this game as the twin victim enemy. Rather than a ghost, they sort of take on a different form. And then while Walter was imprisoned for the murder of Billy and Miriam Locane, he stabbed himself in the neck, in the carotid artery, with a soup spoon to take his own life and become the 11th victim But that is just part of the ritual. It's part of the Holy Assumption ritual. He did that on purpose because it's required for him to shed his physical body and basically become a ghost that has the powers of Silent Hill. Which is why you're able to get so many Silent Hill-esque things happening so far away from the town. There's stuff scattered on the ground on the other side of the fence, like something was thrown away from over there. Just looks like limbs. This writing, what does it mean? So Henry can't understand it now, but when we return to this area the second time around with Eileen, she can read a lot of this writing, and it will depend on how possessed she is. She's basically slowly becoming more and more possessed by Walter as the game goes on. And depending on if you leave her alone or if she takes damage, that sort of thing, it can affect how possessed she becomes overall. And once you get to the forest world the second time around, if Eileen is only a little bit possessed, she can only read a little bit of this writing. If she is moderately possessed, she can read a little bit more of it. And if she is completely possessed, she can read the entire thing of all of the writing, and she reads it similar to Little Walter. She reads it with the inflection of a child. So even though getting the better endings usually requires Eileen not being possessed, you get more lore if she's more possessed. Fuck off, Steve. Leave me alone, Steve. That's one of Walter's victims, Steve Garland. One of the first 15 victims from before the events of this game.
The door won't open. That nosy guy gave me something really good. I could let you have it, but not for free. I'm really thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Oh, chocolate. Oh, chocolate.
Best dialogue in the game right here.
I'm really thirsty. I'm so thirsty. I want some chocolate milk.
I've got some chocolate milk. But it's mine, Jasper. It's mine. Hank TX asks, is the ritual voice in Silent Hill 2 prison implied to be Walter? No. No, it is not. Again, I need to remind fans of the series, these games were not written with sequels in mind. There was no 21 Sacraments. There was no ritual. That was not a thing when Silent Hill 2 was written. Walter Sullivan was there, but he was just a murderer. He was just a mass murderer in the town. His involvement with the cult, his involvement with a ritual, none of that was written at the time of Silent Hill 2's development. Wasn't sure if that was retconned in Silent Hill 4 or something like that. I mean, Silent Hill 4 can change information about how things are depicted in Silent Hill 4, but that's not how retcons work. So, like, for example, the memo of Walter Sullivan saying, you know, I saw him, the Red Devil. He's, you know, the mention of the Red Devil. In Silent Hill 2, it's just foreshadowing to Pyramid Head. In Silent Hill 4, there is a cult leader called Jimmy Stone, whose nickname is the Red Devil. So, like, they try to give it different context, different meaning for Silent Hill 4, but that's not what it was written for Silent Hill 2. Less retcon and more fleshing things out in a more interesting way? I mean, it's still retcon. Like, whether or not you enjoy the change in writing, I think people maybe inherently look at retcon as a negative thing, and I don't mean it in a negative way. I just mean it in the term that it is. It's not meant to be negative or positive. It's neutral. It just means that information that was established in something earlier is presented with different context and meaning in something later. So 4 was not a thought when they were making Silent Hill 2, but they took a lot of information that was in 2 and changed the meaning, changed the context, and presented in a different way to give it more influence on the story in 4. What's this? What could this be here for? Again, more of these sort of industrial manufacturing things with no clear indication of what they are. There's a lot of speculation on it. But because the cult is running the orphanage, they also have a lot of orphans who die in the water prison. The bodies need to be disposed of. Some speculate these could be bodies in the barrels, or that the corpses are broken down chemically and then disposed of, just to kind of get rid of all of those orphans. There's also limbs sticking out of the ground, like they were trying to get rid of body parts. Something on the other side of the wire netting. My God, it stinks. There's nothing interesting, but... ... There's also another body right up there. See, dangling from above. Legs poking down. Body hanging onto the grating up there. What were they doing with this? Is that cult involved in all this? Some also wonder if this could have something to do with PTV, the drug from Silent Hill 1 that's manufactured from the White Claudia plant. Although with Silent Hill 1, it's sort of established. Again, this could be a retcon happening to try to make something a little bit more interesting or just a reference, but I'm not so sure about the drug production being something out here in the woods next to the orphanage. Silent Hill 1 heavily implies that Kaufman is handling the manufacture and distribution through Alchemilla Hospital, because that's what the chalkboard and memos in the police station seem to imply, along with the context from the journals in Norman's Motel and the Indian Runner. And there's Toluca Lake. Someone carved some kind of weird writing, some more Walter Sullivan writing. We'll have to be able to read that later. Toluca Lake. Derwent Water in Keswick, England. I don't know if they use the same source for the photos for this game. Actually, they do, because that little part right there is recognizable. This little part I recognize from the Silent Hill 2 photos. So in Silent Hill 2, when you're on the observation deck at the very beginning of the game, original Silent Hill 2, not remake, the Toluca Lake that they have is real life photos. They took real photos and edited them to create a background texture, to create Toluca Lake. And the photos that they used are photos of Derwentwater in the Lake District of Keswick, England. And in Silent Hill 2 Remake, they actually reference Keswick. Which is, for anybody looking it up, it's spelled Keswick. Keswick. They reference a brand of alcohol as being Keswick, and there's like a poster that says Keswick Pride that you can find. Some fun little Easter eggs in the remake, kind of referencing the source of the photos from the OG Silent Hill 2. But it looks like they used some of those same photos and textures for Toluca Lake here. The upper body is missing. Was it some kind of goddess or something? More weird writing. We can't read until we get back here with Eileen. All right. Let's go back to the room. Stash some stuff. See if anything's different. Maybe Saint Alessa statue originally. Could be Saint Alessa. Could be Saint Jennifer, aka Jennifer Carroll, who has a statue in Rosewater Park in Silent Hill 2, as well as a painting designating her as a saint in Silent Hill 3.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
Silent Hunter, thank you so much for the 400 bits. Appreciate that. Hey, the Robbie Balloon. Our first Robbie Balloon, the hot air balloon sighting. A few different times in the game where you can look out the window and see the giant Robbie head hot air balloon going around. We spotted him. We got him. There are so many weird stories about Silent Hill. Okay, same thing. Those descriptions haven't changed. See if the radio plays anything. Just static. Erwick asks, in my opinion, what's the best ending in this Silent Hill? What most people consider the worst ending is what I consider the best ending. I like the bad endings in this game. Walter Sullivan has had a horrible, horrible life. He was immediately abandoned by his biological parents immediately after birth. Had his umbilical cord stolen by the weirdo superintendent Frank Sunderland. Was sent to an orphanage run by a cult where he was beaten, forced to drink water with leeches in it, forced to read cult ritual books, or else he would be beaten even harder, brainwashed into believing the cult's religion, potentially had rituals performed on him to insert the influence of deities such as Valtiel into him. That's delving really into some supplementary content, but still potentially something that occurred. Yeah, he went on a string of murders. He killed himself while he was in prison. He became a vengeful ghost, performing the 21 sacraments, and he's caused a lot of problems. But Walter has had a horrible, horrible fucking life, and the only thing that Walter wants to be happy and to stop doing all of that stuff is this one shitty apartment. It's not even that nice of an apartment. Let him have it. I am team hashtag let Walter have 302. Just let him have this one fucking nice thing. Let him just be a ghost and chill in 302. The bad endings are my canon endings for this game. Just let Walter have something nice for once. How much do you think Henry pays in rent? At least $2,000 for this right here alone. As soon as you walk out of your apartment, subway right there, subway access, public transit, there's a bus stop. You can see the bus going by right across from restaurants and hotels. There's probably a school somewhere too, considering the lady with the 9 children or whatever. $2K in 2005, Jesus. I mean, we don't know exactly what year this is in, but Ashfield is like a moderately sized city. You know, not a huge city, but it's still a pretty big city. Big enough to have a subway. It's got utilities included. You don't have a shared washer and dryer, laundromat, or anything like that. You get your own washer and dryer unit. Look how much room there is in the utility room. Kind of a small kitchen, plenty of cabinet space. Decent sized living room. Decent sized bedroom. Although Henry's also getting screwed out of his extra storage room. That's supposed to be right here. Always check the blueprints before you sign your renter's agreement. But I would say Henry's paying like $1,600 to $2,000 a month for this bad boy. All right. Let me make a save here before we head back to go give Jasper his chocolate milk. I need to take a break. I've been going for about 5 hours now. Let's go give Jasper some chocolate milk. Hey, Misher. Metcher. How far in are we? We're about to finish off Forest World the first time. And I've been going for a little over 5 hours. So I need to pick up the pace a little bit if we're going to finish in under 20 hours. The sound design in this game is superb. It's great, except for the times where it isn't. It's really good, except for the times where there's stock sound effects. Burping patients, and stock monkey noises, and stock jaguar noises. Who's responsible for it? Akira Yamaoka.
Oh man, that was awesome. Here, take this. There's something written on it.
Just throw it on the ground like a freak. It's a small spade with a bloody inscription. Written in blood is opposite where the lake and house meet, inside the hand, holding on to the ground. I like the way that's written out. So if you're... Let's see. It's the way we didn't go. It's just this way now. So you can see top left of the map. And again, I love that Henry is just drawing the map for each of the areas. You don't pick up maps. Henry just draws everything. But the top left of the map is where the lake... What's the inscription say exactly? Where the lake and house meet. So that's the top left. So the bottom right pathway leads to where you're going to use the spade. Is it because this is a fictional area created by Walter, so there's no reality to it? I mean, it's not that there's no reality to it. It's based heavily on Walter's memories of these areas. Some of the details are not accurate. Some aspects of it are fuzzy or changed or altered, but they are still... Excuse you. They are still based on very real locations, like with some accuracy. They're not complete fabrications. An arm coming up from the ground. Oh man, thank God. It's just a tree root. Got the rusted and bloody key. Inscribed on it is, "The holder of this key will wander for eternity." And that actually is a mechanic. If you try to take the key straight back to the orphanage, you can see everything gets all weird and film grainy and fuzzy and foggy. And if you keep trying to go that way, you just loop this same area over and over. So this is kind of the game teaching you about the importance of utilizing each of these holes that leads back to the apartment, using the apartment as a hub world. Not just for resting and saving, but also for puzzle solving, which I really like that aspect. It's something that I wish was actually used a bit more often. Golf club away, put our key away. Take a look around, see if anything's different before we head back. Is this when we get Eileen's silly laugh? Or just crossing legs? Oh. We get the animation where she actually looks over and like as if she sees the hole in the wall. Supposedly from her end, she wouldn't see anything there, but it's very weird the way she kind of locks in and spaces out almost. And then gets up and runs towards her front door for some reason. Maybe because Braintree's out there creeping around. Trying to figure out what's going on. And off he goes. By the way, those are stock sounds. All the sniffer dog noises. They're a weird combination of big cat noises. It's like tigers growling and then jaguars when you kill them and step on them. But they are straight up stock noises. You hear them in a lot of other games, a lot of movies and TV shows. I remember seeing a video someone posted on Twitter like years ago that did a comparison of a lot of the stock sounds in Silent Hill 4, because another show that I used to like a lot when I was a kid, Power Rangers. If we have any Power Rangers fans, Power Rangers used a lot of stock sounds and things as well. And they drew from a lot of the same sources. Most of the stock sounds and things that you hear, they're part of sound packs, synthesizer packs, or like CDs that are just bundled together that you can buy in the industry, which is why you hear them in so many different things. People just buy the same sound packs and CDs and use the same sound effects. So Power Rangers, for example, there's an episode with a monkey, and it makes the gumhead monkey sounds. You hear the tiger growls, the jaguar sounds. If you're familiar with a lot of media where you pick up on those kinds of things, it stands out. There's nothing inherently wrong with using stock sounds, but usually for something like the Silent Hill games, they'll edit them, they'll modify them, they'll take a stock sound and slow it down, or speed it up, or change the pitch. In Silent Hill 4, there's a lot of them that are just dropped in. Unaltered, unedited, and they stick out like sore thumbs. Child's drawings. Drawings done by children here at the orphanage. And here's a little bit of tie-in to some previous games. There's a scribbled note. Have you found Alessa yet? How is Walter's progress coming along? Send me a report. So we know from some of Walter's writings, that we'll get to read a little bit later with Eileen, that Alessa was involved somehow, and that Dahlia Gillespie was one of the people who was checking in on Walter, checking his progress. A bunch of notes pinned up here. Listen to the teachers. Don't go outside the walls. Play nicely. Read the book. Listen to the teachers. Play nice. And read the cult Bible, or you will be beaten again. Wonder what was going on here. Children's clothing, socks and pants all tossed aside over here. Subtle and not so subtle signs of all the abuse the children at the orphanage were enduring. Being forced to read the cult's Bible and believe in their scriptures, try to perform their rituals. It was brainwashing. They were just getting as many children as they could together and brainwashing them to do the cult's bidding. Just like Walter. It's falling apart and I can't even read most of the pages. Here's a part I can read. The second sign. And God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. So, this is describing the ritual that Walter has been reading since he was a child. That he is trying to perform, that he has already succeeded in most of these steps. The blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. So the white oil is the white chrism, one of the rebirth ending items, ritualistic items that the cult uses, that first gets mentioned in Silent Hill 2. Blood of the 10 sinners refers to the first 10 victims out of 21 that Walter has already killed. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. So the white chrism, which is often used in rebirth rituals, as established by Silent Hill 2, and the first 10 victims of Walter, and then be released from the bonds of the flesh. Remember, Walter's the 11th victim. So he killed the first 10 victims, he got the white chrism, he performed this ritual, and then killed himself in order to gain the power of heaven. He released himself from the bonds of flesh. He got rid of his mortal form, his physical body, in exchange for the power of heaven, which is essentially the power of Silent Hill in this terminology. From the darkness and void bring forth gloom, and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. So these are all of the final victims that Walter is still needing to kill. Darkness, void, gloom, despair, and giver of wisdom are all attributes that are applied to several of Walter's victims. The third sign, and God said, return to the source. Source is another one. Through sin's temptation. We already have the temptation plate. That was Cynthia Velasquez. Under the watchful eye, watchful, which is the one that we get from Andrew DeSalvo in the water prison. Watchful eye of the demon, wander alone in the formless chaos. Only then will the 4 atonements be in alignment. So this is describing all of the victims that Walter has assigned to the 21 sacraments and the attributes that he associates them with. Watchfulness, chaos, temptation, source, despair. So that's the scripture. That's what Walter's been following for most of his life. What he's trying to complete. The plate on the door, you got the source placard. So source was also highlighted or capitalized in that scripture we just read. That represents Jasper here. Placard from Forest World. It shows a baby and says source. Now source is also part of that scripture that is called the third, hold on, what was it? The third sign. When you have that cutscene where Jasper sees little Walter, he calls him the third revelation, and he understands like something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Return to the source through sin's temptation.
I finally met him! The one the nosy guy talked about! The devil!
A special news report. In a forest near Silent Hill, the burned corpse of a 30-year-old male was discovered earlier today. The police have ruled it a homicide and are investigating. The numbers 17121 were reportedly carved into the man's body. Due to the marks on the victim, the police are investigating possible links to the Walter Sullivan case 10 years ago.
So, Jasper falling victim to Walter as 17 out of 21, 17121. Representing source. And we have some new item descriptions exploring the room now. There's a rumor that something weird happened at the amusement park near this lighthouse a few years back, but nobody knows the truth. Apparently, it's super rare to have a sunny day in Silent Hill. I was just a lucky tourist to show up on that day, I guess. Could that forest world have been somewhere on this photo of Silent Hill? I mean, you can see the lake and the woods. Toluca Lake's pretty big, though. I wonder if there's a connection between Silent Hill Church and the orphanage in the forest. So Henry starts kind of connecting some dots between things that he's seen in the town when he was there 3 years ago and things that he's experiencing in Walter's worlds.
This is the superintendent. Are you in there, Henry?
Help me! There's something wrong with this room! Help! Let me out of here!
Is anybody home?
What's going on here?
That's strange. That's the right key. I'm sure I heard something in there. Yeah. That sound. It's the same one as back then.
And there we have the new handprint, the 17th handprint, representing Jasper's part in the 21 Sacraments. And Frank Sunderland, superintendent, trying to check in on Henry. Some weird stuff going on, stuff that he recognizes as having been similar to things that have happened in the room previously. Looks like old James. I mean, that's intentional. I'm glad they did that with his character design. They made Frank Sunderland look like James. Love how Frank mutters, "That's not it." Yeah, this is the one. The way the other characters talk to themselves is really endearing. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that. Where the characters, it doesn't get subtitled, but the characters kind of mutter to themselves in certain situations. here we go. Here's a little bit of Silent Hill 2 nod. I got this photo from Sunderland, the superintendent. I heard his son and daughter-in-law disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back. So that's what Henry heard. Referencing James and Mary disappearing in Silent Hill a few years back. This is South Ashfield Heights. I wonder when it was built. I guess it's a pretty old building. With the clock stopped, my sense of time is all screwed up.
And now the news. Yesterday, Wally the Walrus, a longtime resident of the Springfield Zoo, gave birth to a healthy baby walrus pup named Buttercup. Mother and child are doing just fine.
So more radio broadcast, kind of subtly hinting at things related to Walter. Mother and child doing just fine. Even the name, Wally, common shorthand nickname for Walter, even though it's a mother. Just like I thought, the power's blown. They're just having a fun trip together. See, this is what I mean. Like, the description that we get is very vague. Someone was asking, like, does this game take place before or after Silent Hill 2? So, got this photo from Sunderland, heard his son and daughter-in-law disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back. That's all we get. We don't know what kind of relationship James and his father Frank had. We don't know, maybe like James didn't like his father. Maybe there was a falling out between them. Maybe once he and Mary got married and went on their first vacation to Silent Hill, they just cut contact with him. They didn't disappear at that point. That could have been the first time they went. Which would mean that potentially is before the events of Silent Hill 2. Because they would have had time for James and Mary to go there, for Mary to first get sick. Mary is sick for approximately 3 years before James goes back to the town. So there's a lot. There's a lot of ways to interpret the information that doesn't necessarily work as, you know, confirmation of a timeline or anything like that. It's just a nice little Easter egg. It's just kind of meant to be a nod. Like, remember this game? Remember Silent Hill 2? Here's a few little things. They didn't anticipate fans would cobble together all these details to try to form overall timelines where none were originally intended to exist, that sort of thing. Went in the bathtub. No time for a shower. No time for that right now. Still no time for toilets. The hole has changed again, and I think I can hear children's voices. Get me the out of here. I love this, the messed up subtitle there. Get me the out of here. There he is.
Get me out. Get me the hell out of here.
Get me the out of here.
Get me out. Get me the hell out of here.
I tried. Stop caressing my face, Andrew.
Walter's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
That's Andrew DeSalvo. He's a huge piece of shit. He's one of the guards who works in the water prison, who had to look over the children from the cult, from the orphanage, being kept here. Well deserved in Andrew's case, absolutely. There's a lot of Walter's victims who definitely didn't deserve it. Andrew deserves it. There's a sloppily written note on the ground. Lucky, I finally escaped from the cell. I decided to take a careful look around this building. The scariest place was the first floor basement. There's a kitchen in the northeast, but next door in the northwest is a death chamber. To get in there, you have to punch in the right numbers. I don't know the numbers, and it was too dark to even see the panel, so I didn't go in. So a note from one of the kids who was able to get out and explore around the water prison, leaving notes behind, possibly Walter himself. And I like the way the water prison is depicted. Once we actually head out here, we'll have to unlock it. But the way that it looks like there's like water just in all directions. Like you're in the middle of the ocean, which is part of this being a recreation. These are not the literal physical places that we're being teleported to. We're being pulled into Walter's mind, into a world created by Walter. And Walter, being a small child, being locked inside the water prison, means he never really experienced the outside of it. We know from Joseph Schreiber's article that he was trying to gain entrance to the water prison and says that it was on the property of the orphanage. So we know it's not far from the orphanage, but somehow the way Walter depicts it as being so isolated from everything, just in the middle of like an ocean, is just his interpretation of it. Sloppily written note. To get to the surveillance rooms in the middle of the complex, you have to use the corpse disposal chutes in the cells. However, on the first and second floors, these cells are locked. That's so the kids wouldn't discover them. So you have to get to the first floor from one of the cells on the third floor. I know how to do it, but it's really a pain. Also, the lights only work on the third floor. Hey, Ty Glorious. Hope you're doing well today. You can vaguely see the squares from Silent Hill 2 here. Never noticed that before. Kinda looks like it anyway. I mean, it's just tile pattern. My cats are fighting each other. Hold on. Sorry about that. My cats decided to start fighting each other. Had to break that up. Get the water prison exit key. Key found in the water wheel room, second floor basement. Up is carved into it. Now we can go back up. Before we do that, I do want to look at this room, because we'll return here later on. You can see the perspective of this hallway shifts as you're running down. I can't open it very wide, so there's like a massive door. The hallway sort of shifts perspective. It either looks like a giant door or Henry getting smaller and smaller as he runs to the end of this hallway. And it'll change once we come back here later on with Eileen. So that the perspective stays normal. Any specific ending in mind? Not really. Usually I wind up getting a bad ending during lore playthroughs because I have to spend a lot of time examining things, which means leaving Eileen alone or in danger. So usually she is completely possessed by the time I get to Walter at the very end. Getting the Eileen one is also pretty tough. I mean, there's only two things that affect your ending. How many hauntings you cleanse, and whether Eileen lives or dies in the Walter fight. And if Eileen is completely possessed, there's basically no saving her. No matter how much of a speedrunner you are, like, you can kind of, if you're very efficient and very lucky, you can potentially kill Walter fast enough on easy difficulty, but I'm playing on normal, so that's already out. But yeah, this view from out here where there's just water everywhere. As far as you can see, that's just the way Walter perceived it. That this prison was so isolated. Even though it was not like this in reality. It was just somewhere on the orphanage complex. But yeah, if I'm like going for good endings, I have to specifically kind of speedrun and try harder to protect Eileen and get her through a lot of areas quicker than I normally would. It just doesn't mesh well with story playthroughs where I'm taking my time. So almost all of my story playthroughs are always going to be bad endings. Just purely based on time spent away from Eileen. And there's our twin victims. Billy and Miriam Locane. One of the best monster designs. Well, I would say this is the best monster design in this game. And one of the best monster designs in the series. Meep. Okay, so we've already cleared up the Centralia misinformation earlier in the stream, so I guess let's clear up that misinformation. Meep's doing it just to push my buttons, but I'll address it. Just heal her with candles right before the end, says Meep. Thank you, Meep, for forcing me into this discussion. Twisting my arm. It's not a thing. It was written in fan guides and strategy guides and things like that from back in the day. 100%, it is not a thing. It has been tested. I've tested it myself in every possible scenario. A lot of speedrunners have tested it in every possible scenario. You can heal Eileen temporarily with holy candles in almost any part of the game, where it removes her possession level or lowers it by a significant amount. It does nothing for Eileen's possession level in the final fight with Walter. You can wait until the last possible moment with Eileen to use the candle, but she will always revert to whatever her possession level was when you reunite with her at the bottom of the stairs before going into Frank Sunderland's room. So if she's already max possessed, using a candle on her will not matter. And there's so much time between when you see her before that, that if you try to use a candle then and continue on to the end of the game, she will already have reverted. And you can actually pull up a hex editor software and watch the code change for her possession level once you enter the Walter fight. You can put the holy candles down in the Walter fight itself, as close to the stairs as you can get, which is not very close, and not close enough to be effective anyway. But even if you could put them there, they have no effect on her. So that's another one of those long-running bits of Silent Hill misinformation that eventually we'll just explain it enough and people will stop spreading it. But no, you cannot heal Eileen with holy candles for the final Walter fight. It's not a thing. It's not real. Is this the same one? This is the same one I did. Yeah. My brain is trying to do the water prison when you return here later. It's a different room you gotta jump through when you're doing water prison the first time. It's just this one. Yeah. That gets us access to the middle. Document here. This place continues to deteriorate. The doors to a number of cells no longer open. As a result, the kids inside can no longer go outside, but the less they know about that, the better. I can't open the doors, but from this room I can watch them get more and more emaciated each day. With no food and never showering themselves, they turn into smelly little gray lumps in there. Following the suggestion of an engineer, we've disposed of the corpses by digging a hole below the cells. Since each floor of the building can be rotated independently, we can dispose of the bodies without the others noticing by aligning each cell with a body in it vertically. P.S. Chief, I bet you're just dying to see the interrogation room behind the kitchen. I understand your feelings, but have you noticed? There are 3 rooms with bloody beds. One is on the 1st floor, one is on the 2nd floor, and one is on the 3rd floor. If you line those 3 rooms up, then it's bingo. So if you play this game on hard mode, you actually don't get that memo. Well, like the memo is there, but it's like way less informative. You pretty much get no clues as to how all of this is supposed to work. To keep a close eye on the kids, it's important to keep the cells well lit. The lights on the 3rd floor were originally bought as searchlights. As a precaution against a blackout, they were set up to run on a private generator. There's a hydroelectric generator in the basement. To light up the 1st and 2nd floors, use the corpse disposal chutes. Since each floor of this building can be rotated, you can line up any of the cells by matching up the holes. Repeating this periodically is an effective way to keep the kids fearful and well-behaved. Sorry, my voice is already going out. I want to try to finish this game today. We might have to split it up between today and tomorrow. P.S. Chief, if you turn the handle in the middle of this room, you can easily rotate the cells. You can't rotate the 1st floor, so align the 2nd and 3rd floors with the 1st floor cell that has the blood-stained bed. By the way, if you use the peephole in this room, it's easy to make sure you're doing it right. Give it a try. Also, please don't forget to open the sluice gate on the roof. Much appreciated, Chief. The secret number for getting through the door in the back of the kitchen this month is 0302. Thanks for your cooperation. So again, these worlds are being created by Walter. So, of course, the number to get through the secret door is 302. The room that he thinks is his mother, the apartment in South Ashfield Heights. Very significant number to Walter, so it manifests into his world as well.
Making it make standing there anymore. When we stay in there, I can't make inside. Take me inside. Make me stay in there. God, please. Come on, let me out of here. So I didn't die in here. Make me stay in there, Walt. Walter, I'm telling you, stay down. Walk away.
Who is that boy? And who are you?
His name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. I used to work at the orphanage watching the kids. I'm Andrew DeSalvo. They tried to make it seem like an orphanage, but according to that town's holy scriptures, it was actually the center of their religion. And that kid Walter, he was really into that mumbo-jumbo. Especially that descent of the Holy Mother business. It was scary. Oh, God. Oh my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Good scene with Andrew there, just freaking out, understanding how fucked he is, who Walter Sullivan is. And good introduction to the toadstool enemies. More umbilical cord-like imagery. Any symbolic reference for the hooks above you? Nothing official that I'm aware of. Whatever you might think as far as an interpretation is totally valid. Personally, I just think it's creepy. Creepy set design. Bloody hooks hanging from the ceiling. Same reason that there's rusty fans and bloody chain link and barbed wire, and it's unsettling, it's harsh, it gives the implication of pain. And the developers probably watched Hellraiser. Take your pick. Hellraiser and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hey, Red Knight. Love Silent Hill 4 the most, even though it's the most controversial. It's definitely not the most controversial out of the whole franchise. Maybe out of the original 4. But there's people who like Downpour. Conversation for another time. There's people who like Origins. You want to talk about controversial? There's a plate on the door. This is the Watchfulness placard. Placard from Water Prison World with an eye and says Watchfulness. So that is Andrew DeSalvo's sort of representative thing in the 21 Sacraments. And 18121. Victim 18 out of 21. Andrew DeSalvo. Piece of shit. Totally deserves it. Petulant Steven says, I actually got to level 200 in Ascension. I liked the matching minigame. You were that big of a fan of stones? You got to level 200? Petulant Steven, is your name Steven Bugai? Because that's the only Steven I know who might have invested that much time into Ascension. The co-creator. I don't know what level I was when I finally deleted my account. Oh, the Robbie balloon is gone. Oh, Braintree is sleeping in his bed. You can see him right there. It's kind of funny that at one point it was Silent Hill 4 that was considered the black sheep of the franchise. I mean, compared to the first 3 games, Silent Hill 4 is definitely rough. I don't remember turning this on. Like, 4 is very good in terms of story, characters, atmosphere, but the gameplay is rough. So I can definitely understand kind of why it was looked down upon by fans of the first 3. But compared to like everything afterwards, 4 is a fucking masterpiece. Was blood coming out of here? Blood. It's stained with blood. It smells horrible. Just like that water-filled room under the cylindrical prison. So, like, Walter's worlds and influence are coming back with us to the apartment more and more. The water isn't running in the toilet either. Now we've gone from children talking and muttering to crying happening in the bathroom, in the hole. We've got some memos to read. I found something that's extremely effective against the ghosts. It saved my life. It was stuck into the huge rock in the woods near the orphanage. Nakihona. It's a sword blade with a handmade triangle-shaped wooden handle that has some kind of spell written on it. As a weapon, it's heavy and hard to carry, but somehow it seems to change in response to the ghost victim's power. Strike when the sword is energized. If you don't reduce their power, your attacks will be repelled. This game goes out of its way to describe the Swords of Obedience as not being weapons. They're not swords that you swing and attack things with. They are specifically to pin ghosts. And then Silent Hill Book of Memories just throws them in as a normal melee weapon, completely disregards all of the lore around them. As far as I know, there are only 5 swords in existence with that kind of power. It's extremely valuable. July 23rd. There's a scrap of red paper stuck in here. Lately, I've been feeling like my life is in serious danger. I've been through a lot in my life, but I've never felt this kind of pure animal fear. In case something happens to me, I've decided to write down what I've learned for whoever you are that's living in the apartment now. I've been investigating the mass murder that took place 7 years ago in which 10 people were killed in 10 days. They were killed in a variety of ways, but the one thing they had in common with that was that each corpse had the following numbers in order of their deaths carved into them. 01121, 02121, and so on. The name of their killer, it was carved in them as well. His name was Walter Sullivan. April 4th. Playing Silent Hill for gameplay is an oxymoron? I disagree, Appalling Snowman. Even as somebody who puts the story and everything else first and foremost above the gameplay still exists. These are video games. They're not books. They're not visual novels. They are games, and the gameplay is part of them. And the gameplay is noticeably better for things like 1, 2, and 3 compared to 4, compared to Origins, compared to Downpour, compared to Book of Memories. It's still the medium in which you experience the story. It can't just be ignored entirely.
How's it going with room 302?
Well, I just tried to open it up, but it looks like something's blocking it from the inside.
Huh.
Anyway, it's not the first time.
You mean the guy who lived here before?
And it wasn't just him either. There's something wrong with his whole apartment.
Don't say that. You're scaring me.
Well, anyway, I just slipped a note under his door. Don't worry about it too much. There are a lot of strange things in this world. The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room. Lately, it's started to smell terrible.
Huh? Umbilical cord?
Oh, well, I forget I said anything.
But still. Those noises.
Definitely shouldn't let that umbilical cord thing go so easily, Eileen. Yeah, Frank just casually mentioning it. Also, what's up, Wex? Hope you're doing well. There's our new handprint. Representing Andrew. And now that Andrew's dead, you can actually start seeing occasionally Andrew's head will float past the window. It starts to happen more towards the end of the game, once you get past the halfway point and hauntings start to occur. So we'll watch for that a little bit later. Sometimes you can get it early. All right. We once again have entered the world of survival horror. Wait. The world of South Ashfield Heights. We just returned from Water Prison World. Oh yeah, we had the scene of Superintendent Frank Sunderland slip us a note under the door. Let's see what Frank told us. It's stained with blood, and I can't read it. Thank you, Frank. We'll just file that away in the old scrapbook. Yep, Super Nintendo Frank. I like how the room is still not haunted. The apartment is still not to the point of being haunted, but stuff is getting weirder and weirder as we get through each of Walter's worlds. The TV that has been powered off the entire time now is stuck on static. Check in on the neighbors. Oh, there's Richard Braintree. Catching a nap over there. Potentially, that's Braintree already in Walter's world. Because, you know, your physical body doesn't necessarily go with you. It can be transported by Walter. He can move and displace people and objects through his world. But similar to Henry, sort of waking up back in the room after returning from Walter's world, like, kind of get the implication that your soul, your spirit, is what goes, and your physical body stays where you were. Although a lot of that is not super definitive in this game either. We kind of have a vague understanding of how Walter's powers work, how his world works. But very similar to the powers in Silent Hill, the town itself, a lot of it's not explicitly described. Just enough to kind of give you an understanding of how things work in a very rough sense. The hole's even bigger now. There's a lot of noise coming from the inside the hole. I love how broken a lot of the subtitles are in this game. A lot of noise coming from the inside the hole. Let's go in. Here we are in Building World. Some of the nearby buildings, shops, the bar across from the street that we can see from our apartment. Walter's recreation of this area. So we're kind of narrowing in on South Ashfield Heights itself. And this is also why we saw Richard Braintree sleeping. Because he is already here. Hey, Noxina. Thoughts on what we've seen of Silent Hill F? I'm excited to play it. They're looking like they're trying to do some different things. I'm curious to see how a lot of that gets handled. I can't wait to get some new Akira Yamaoka music. I'm curious to see what Kensuke Inage's soundtrack for the Otherworld, or the Dark Shrine as it's called in that game, will be. I can't wait to figure out what those meters are used for in the combat and the gameplay. What a lot of the items and things are used for. And I hope the story is good. I hope there's some meaningful tie-ins to established lore. And that it's not just Silent Hill in name only. The way Short Message and Ascension were, there's not really anything tying it to Silent Hill other than the title. I hope Silent Hill F has some meaningful connections. But we'll find out in like 55 days or something. Also, Gumhead's jumping from rooftop to rooftop there. If you tilt the camera up, get a nice glimpse. The Gumhead enemies going crazy. And there you can hear Braintree's fighting off Gumheads. He's shooting them, and we can hear like injured noises from them. What's a car doing here? Angry monkey sounds? Actually badass, I won't lie. It's cool that he's fighting them. I mean, you want to talk about being a badass. Braintree is about to fall from like 2 stories above us and tank it like an absolute champion.
Ouch! Damn it. Where the hell am I? You're a real person. Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah, my name's Henry.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207.
I love he just ignores Henry's handshake.
What the hell's happened to us?
Braintree's such a good character.
In this freaky world. But if you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one day. He got pretty crazy towards the end. Shut himself up in his room and wouldn't come out.
A little more backstory on Joseph there.
Anyway, I'm getting the hell out of here. You should too, if you know what's good for you.
Wait. Watch out for that kid.
It's like, nah, whatever. And then immediately more Gumheads drop down on us. Pardon me, sir. What is Braintree's tie? It's an original piece of artwork that is sort of like loosely inspired by a lot of classical religious paintings. And I think Hiroko Usuda did the artwork for the tie as well. It's very similar to her art style in a lot of the paintings and stuff that she does, like the Saint Alessa painting and Saint Jennifer painting and stuff like that in Silent Hill 3. It's very much in line with her art style. There's a birthday cake and champagne here. And one gurgly ghost, giving us a nice demonstration of how these swords of obedience work. There's a weird sword stuck in his stomach, and he's holding something in his hand. Take the item in his hand. You got the ghost's key, the key that the ghost was holding. It gives us the option. There's a sword stuck in his stomach. Take it out. So we can actually remove this sword of obedience. But it's not a bad idea leaving it there, keeping this ghost pinned. It's one less ghost to deal with in Building World, which is already kind of an annoying area in the game. So he can just stay there and gurgle. We also get our introduction. Not our introduction, they were in the water prison, but we've got more leech enemies, the Tremors. Squish. Very satisfying to squish. They're not a huge problem, but if you bump into them, they can still hurt you. If they drop on you like that, they can still hurt you. Hey, Shadow Noises. What the hell? Something reeks. I really need to do a proper what the hell counter for Silent Hill 4 sometime. Like, how many times is it actually said in the game? Through text or voice. Because it's a lot. It's a lot. An aluminum bat. Aluminum alloy bat, reasonably powerful and easy to use as a weapon. Decent melee weapon. Slight upgrade from the steel pipe. Takes a long time to charge up. That's its main weakness. A little bit less range than the steel pipe, but better damage. There are all sorts of sports supplies, but nothing particularly interesting. You also get another golf club, the 5-iron, for the collection. It's a golf bag, but there's nothing inside. There are a bunch of golf clubs in here, but it looks like they're all bent and broken, which is what will happen to the ones we can use as weapons. Because you pretty much only get a few swings with them, and then they break. Filled with volleyballs. That'll be part of the puzzle when we return here later. Assuming we actually do it, I'm always tempted to just do Building World skip whenever I play Silent Hill 4, because it doesn't really skip anything storyline-wise. You don't miss out on a whole lot of, like, any cutscenes or major, like, memos or things. And it makes it so you just don't have to deal with this this world the second time around. Need a tier list of Silent Hill phrases. S tier is, have you seen a little girl? A tier is, what the hell? Don't you think blondes have more fun? Anyway, what do you mean anyway? S tier for the original Silent Hill 2 version of that. A tier, maybe B tier for the remake. Gyromancy gotta be up there. It Was Foretold by Gyromancy is excellent. That's definitely like S tier. Schmack. Schmack. Jaguar sounds. Here's one of my favorite bits of text. It might not be tier list worthy line, but it always strikes me as funny. There's pet food here. Oh, come on. That's not the line. It's enough cat food for an army of cats. That is 6 boxes, 6 like small boxes of dog food, where there's clearly a beagle on the front. We love Henry. He's our special little guy. Enough cat food for an army of cats. Found in the pet shop. It has Albert's Sports written on it. Yeah, there's 2 types of boxes on this shelf, and both of them have dogs on them. Hey, Henry's not a veterinarian. He's not a pet owner. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the difference. He's doing his best. Sorry, you're right, a basset hound. Not a beagle. Clearly I'm not a veterinarian or an animal expert either. But I do know a difference between dogs and cats. Want to explore and look at things. Stay dead. It's the most annoying part about the Hummers, the little flying enemies, is a lot of times they'll be flying over something, so they don't land on the ground where you can finish them off. Looks like a cage for a dog or cat. He at least knows that there's a difference. There are all sorts of dog and cat items here. Come on, buddy. Leave me be. An upside-down clock. The hands aren't moving. Doorknob is rusted shut, and I can't get it open. Stuff we thankfully don't have to bother with right now. Not until the second time we come through here. Also, what are these aisle-like sections? Food and accessory. Mini. And it has like a silhouette of a squirrel. All your squirrel supplies. Alright, let's go back, drop some stuff off, heal up. I feel like last time I saw Silent Hill 4 here was when you were one-shotted by mosquitoes during the rando. Yeah. We'll do some more Silent Hill 4 randos at some point. This game is probably one of my favorites out of the series to do randomizer runs. And it's just a more involved randomizer. Like, I've got a randomizer for Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, but it doesn't affect items and stuff. It only affects enemies. So, only having enemies randomized is not as interesting or fun. And we get a nice little message from Walter. Better check on your neighbor soon. This is another dead giveaway if you're watching someone play Silent Hill 4 or if you're playing yourself and you're trying to figure out if you're playing the North American release or the PAL version. Even though the spelling of neighbor does not change on the wall, the subtitled text adds a U to the word neighbor. N-E-I-G-H-B-O-U-R for the PAL version, which is what if you get this game on GOG, it's using the PAL version. So you'll notice mom is changed to mum, neighbor is spelled with U, that type of stuff. Unsure if I should pick up the PC version of this. I don't know if the port's any good. So for the most part, the GOG port is good. The most recent patch breaks some of the audio though. So if you do get it, and I do recommend getting it, especially because it goes on sale a lot. If you do get it, I suggest down patching to the version of the game, everything except for the most recent update. Oh, Eileen just saw the new Friday the 13th trailer. She can't handle it. Too scary. There's a new Friday the 13th trailer? There is. Oh, and she's gone. I actually just watched it before the stream. It's not called Friday the 13th. I've already forgotten what it is. What it's called. But it's still Jason Voorhees. It's basically Friday the 13th. What was she actually reacting with fear to? I don't remember. Sweet Revenge. That was it. Thank you, Rachel. She's just watching something scary on TV. We don't know exactly. And if you like cam hack and stuff in there, you can't see. There's nothing like rendered that she's watching or anything. It's also random. A lot of her animations, whenever you come back to the room, what she's actually watching, because she can be watching something scary or she can be watching something funny. I like it more when she's watching something funny because she's got a really weird laugh. Radio's still broken. Oh yeah, we just saw Braintree in Walter's world, but if you come back to your window, you can see there he is in his apartment, snoozing away. More of that implication that your physical body stays where it is, but your soul, your spirit, your ha and your ka travels into Walter's dream world. Oh, there goes Andrew's head. Perfect. We got the Andrew DeSalvo head haunting. It's not really a haunting. We're not to the point of hauntings yet, but one of the fun little creepy things you can get after returning from Water Prison World. Andrew DeSalvo's floating head drifting past the window. Oh, there it goes. Back up. Crazy weather today, huh? Yeah, if you just hang out by the windows, you'll see it float up and down. What's that eye sign in the top left? It means that I can interact with something that I'm looking at. There it goes. So it's showing me that I can interact with the window to like check on the neighbors and stuff. This is South Ashfield Heights. I wonder when it was built. Same descriptive text as earlier. Same stuff when examining this about Frank Sunderland. Heard his son and daughter-in-law disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back. Little Silent Hill 2 Easter egg. Silent Hill 2 referenced. Does this game follow the logic of Silent Hill 2? I mean, did the main character of Silent Hill 4 sin? No. Out of all the original games, Silent Hill 2 is unique in that it is about a protagonist who has darkness in their heart. Silent Hill 1, it's not about Harry Mason, it's about Alessa Gillespie. Silent Hill 3, it's not, I mean, it is sort of about Heather, but it's more about her previous life as Alessa, as well as Claudia Wolf. And Silent Hill 4 is all about Walter Sullivan, not Henry. But then by the time you get to the Western games after Silent Hill 4, where everything was being outsourced, everybody just wanted to copy Silent Hill 2 because that was the fan favorite by that point. Once you get to around 2004, 2005, Silent Hill 2 had kind of established itself as the fan favorite of the series. So every game after Silent Hill 4 tries to copy Silent Hill 2. So Silent Hill Origins, you've got protagonist with dark backstory. Homecoming, protagonist with dark backstory. Downpour, so on and so forth. Shattered Memories at least kind of tries to do something a little different. Definitely its own separate little universe, though. Hey, piece of cherry cake. Welcome. Glad you could be here and catch the live stream. Unlimax says, didn't like Silent Hill 2, to be honest. Like Silent Hill 1 and 3 more. That's fair. I love Silent Hill 2, and I love Silent Hill 1 and 3, but for different reasons. Different reasons. I like this game a lot too. It's definitely like a noticeable drop in overall quality compared to 1, 2, and 3 when you get to 4. But like the character designs, the story, the main antagonist, Walter Sullivan, is like my favorite antagonist of the series. This game's got a lot of really, really good stuff, but it also has a really rough second half and some kind of rough gameplay. Hiro Usuda. Hold on. Let me get this shout out here. Hiromokyu Raid. Queen of the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom. Shout out to Hiroko Usuda. Usuda-san, thank you so much for the raid. And for anybody who's here, not already following Usuda-san, please do. She's responsible for many of the artwork and the environments for this game, as well as Silent Hill 3, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4. One of the main environment artists of Team Silent. And very talented artist for many, many other things. Magic the Gathering. And a lot of stuff. And benevolent ruler of the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom. And a wonderful artist, streamer on Twitch as well. Thank you so much, Usuda-san. Arigatou gozaimasu. Welcome, everybody.
Are you the kid he was talking about? You live in that apartment too, huh? Say, you look a lot like a little punk that I once caught sneaking around there. Do you know something about what's going on? Hey, you! Stop!
Since you're here, Usuda-san, are you responsible for Richard Braintree's tie? Did you design his tie? It looks a lot like your paintings. I've always been curious about that. Or was that Shingo Yuri? But the tie always stood out to me. It looks so similar to your paintings from Silent Hill 3. Saint Jennifer and Saint Alessa, like those classic religious style paintings. His tie looks so similar. Hey, Snake, welcome. I'm just gonna run then. Okay, I'm just gonna die then. Yeah. I'm actually gonna get eaten by dogs. Shingo Yuri has passed away. What? I didn't know. I did not know that. Shingo Yuri has passed away. He was a wonderful, positive person, like the sun. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, rest in peace. That's very sad to hear. Shingo Yuri, for those who don't know, member of Team Silent, who was responsible for a lot of the character designs throughout the series, throughout the original games, especially the character designs for Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4. Passed away a few years ago. I was completely unaware. That's very tragic. That's heartbreaking. Okay, this time we need to run through. We'll just get our health drinks and run. Still better to get rid of these. Oh, that still hit. I love the visuals in this room. Something just the fan aesthetic throughout the series. And the fact that it's just kind of a normal ceiling fan, but with the lights above it, casting such a large shadow across the room. The floor looks like melted faces. It really does. That pareidolia kicking in. A rusty axe, a one-handed axe, a little short but powerful and easy to handle. Axe is actually one of the best weapons in the game. It's got a decently quick charge time on it, and this animation moves so fast and gives you so many iframes from start to finish. Gives you a lot of range with Henry stepping forward. You can do little short chops with it while you charge it up. Easily one of the best melee weapons. The boss said that the number this time is the last 4 digits of this store's phone number, but the phone number is written right there on the sign on the roof. Anybody could see it from South Ashfield Street. Is that really okay? I think that wonderful people tend to pass away early. Are they being called to heaven by God? Maybe. Probably. Tabun. Hey, what's up, Techie? Henry's Big Adventure. So we tried using the phone to call the bar earlier, and we just got monster groans. But let's get back to our room and try calling it again, because it does change once you pick up that memo. Or I think it changes. That might not be until second time around, actually. But 555-3750. Braintree still in there, sleeping soundly. Why am I trying to use my mouse like I'm playing the PC version? My muscle memory from speedrunning the PC port for so long. That noise just now, what was that? Okay. I thought it changed. It does change, but it's not until later. put our health drinks away. We want to save those for after the room stops healing us. If we have anything new, but I don't think we do just yet. Eileen might be doing something new. Oh, there we go. Just sitting on the bed reading a magazine. Robbie's still hanging out there. I never realized how long Robbie's arms look on this doll from this angle. Robbie's got some creepy long arms. Well, we'll just let Eileen enjoy her People magazine, whatever she's reading. War and Peace. Oh, hey Frank. Pretty sure he just paces back and forth. Yeah, looking at the door for a while. Like father, like son. Yeah, we mentioned this during yesterday's stream, but I love the character design for Frank. How much he was really made to sort of look and even kind of move like James. Like, he really does just seem like an older James. Which, if they remake Silent Hill 4, I would love it if they got Guy Seehee to not reprise his role, but take on the role of Frank Sunderland. Or even Luke Roberts, if they go with the remake actors. Nub, what's the background info about the scrapped James ghost and the James jacket again? It's fan-made. It circulated the internet a lot and got touted as like data mined or promotional image type thing. But it's not official. One of those little misinformation things that kind of spread around for a long time. Plonk. What about the jacket asset in Silent Hill 4? Most likely just like some of the other little references, just kind of an Easter egg. Oh, not 302. That's the water prison code. Because a lot of the little mentions of Silent Hill 2 in this game are left intentionally vague because the developers like Masahiro Ito and some of the other original dev team have mentioned that all of the endings for Silent Hill 2 are meant to be valid, unlike, Silent Hill 1 having a canonical ending that sort of leads into Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 2 is meant to be left open. There's no confirmed canon ending over any of the others. So anytime they kind of reference Silent Hill 2 in the games after 2, it's just kind of meant to leave things open. Even UFO ending? I mean, UFO ending is the real canon, if you think about it. Excuse me. Pardon me. No, there was a James Jacket asset on the floor in Silent Hill 4, though it's very well hidden. Is that even visible in game? And I've seen, like, asset rips, file rips, and things like that. But isn't that in, like, one of the trashed apartments later on or something, where you don't even really get to see it? Yeah, it's Otherworld apartment. All right. Catch your breath, Henry. Big moment coming up. Think it's in the water prison. There is clothes and stuff that you find in, like, the little chamber where Andrew's dead. Is that what you mean, Unlimax? Those, it's not the same jacket. Because I know the one Oleander's talking about. The ones that you find in the water prison, I'm pretty sure are some of the guard uniforms, as well as the children's prison uniforms. What's this? It's door number 207 from my apartment building. Richard Braintree's apartment. There's a plate on the door. The Chaos placard. So we now have the Temptation placard that's associated with Cynthia, the Source placard that's associated with Jasper, now the Chaos placard that's associated with Richard Braintree. How Henry can understand a single word without reading the subtitles is beyond me. He doesn't even know the difference between cats and dogs. Oleander, that's Rudolfo Nunez on YouTube. Has a lot of really great data mine stuff from the series, viewing the assets, a lot of stuff in game, a lot of really cool mods and things implemented as well. Great source for a lot of, if you're into kind of the data mining and cut content, hidden stuff in the code type of videos. Definitely a great channel. And just has some cool Silent Hill mods and things as well. There's a man in 207 pointing his finger. He's pointing at room 303, Eileen's room. So we see Walter in Braintree's apartment, pointing at Eileen's room. He's gesturing his polygons. He's definitely pointing his manimal paws in Eileen's general direction. Hey, Jarda. Remember watching you a few years back? That makes sense. I've been playing Silent Hill for a long time. Still up to my same old tricks.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 1121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case. But Sullivan's dead. They even got the body. Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
Love the voice of the whoever that is. Detectives, coroners. Broadcast, they have almost have a transatlantic accent. Yeah, almost. Must be a copycat. Copycock. And then we're back to static. I love low poly Walter. New item descriptions, new descriptions for things in the room. Got this photo from Sunderland. He uses room 105 as the superintendent's room. South Ashfield Heights, U-shaped. That one stays the same. Sunderland, yep. Frank Sunderland, the superintendent of South Ashfield Heights Apartments, James Sunderland's father. There's a remote control, a car magazine, and stuff like that, but nothing useful. Wonder if this bookshelf belonged to the person who lived here before me. Clock has stopped. I wonder how much time has passed. I mean, we have a bit of a vague idea, since we can see the sun going down over the course of the game. Everything kind of happening within less than a day. Frank arguing with his internal demons, working out some trauma. And of course, we've got the 19th handprint representing Braintree. Handprints at the bottom look new. That's because they are. Each handprint represents one of Walter's 21 victims for the 21 Sacraments. The first 15 were killed over the course of the last 10 years, or 11 years. And then 16, basically 16 through 21 are the events of this game. Is this PC or PS2? This is the PS2 version of the game. I'm playing it through PCSX2 emulator. Oh, Eileen's in her party dress. And off she goes. Hey, Heat Packer. I'm playing on normal. Playing on normal. Playing on hard actually gives you less information. Some of the memos don't tell you as much when you play on hard, like in the water prison world. A lot of those memos are shrunk down to just like a sentence or you know, even just a few words instead of getting a few pages of dialogue kind of explaining stuff. One of the few games in the series where your difficulty actually changes like memos and info. Is this the beginning of the game? We're still in the first half of the game. We haven't gotten to the hospital and the room becoming haunted, which kind of marks the halfway point. I visited Silent Hill lots of times when I was that age. So Henry going and taking photos 3 years ago is not the first time that he's been to Silent Hill. Also, which age? Because there's 2 photos of him. There's one of him graduating and one of him as a child. But we get the idea that Henry has been to Silent Hill multiple times. Just from that little bit of dialogue. I'll probably lose the water soon, too. Things just getting shut off. I know I should be hungry, but I don't feel a thing. Will this be on YouTube? Everything I stream is on YouTube. The raw stream will go up on my Nub Zombie Archive channel, and the edited version will be up a couple days later on the main channel. The TV, the radio, the phone, the window, the door. What the hell is going on here? Add another one to the what the hell count. These shoes, I'm pretty sure I bought them in Silent Hill. Well, there it is. There's the connecting factor. That's why everything is so haunted. Got them Silent Hill shoes on. The cursed shoes. See if we get some new descriptions on the stuff in here. It seems there's some kind of ancient native religion still active in Silent Hill. Henry is being a good receiver of wisdom. He's knowing things, remembering things. Hear that it's almost never sunny in Silent Hill. People say that when the fog comes out, strange things happen. There was even a rumor that a UFO came flying right by the lighthouse. That's the only time a UFO gets mentioned in this game. That was originally going to be one of the endings. Since we were talking about data mined stuff earlier, there were UFO endings planned for this game, but they didn't get finished. They didn't get included. But if you data mine the files, you can find the blue gem, the channeling stone, and like an icon for it and description and everything. So there were some items kind of relating to a UFO ending still in the files. Maybe that orphanage in the forest and the cylinder-shaped prison were both somewhere in this photo too. Henry even says, "Are these shoes even mine?" after the next part. No, Kabi-sama, you're misremembering. That's in the very beginning. That's in the very beginning when you're not playing as Henry, when you're playing as Joseph. Because Joseph is going around the apartment looking at Henry's things and being like, this isn't mine. He says, I used to have a typewriter here. He says, these shoes aren't mine. Because you're seeing Joseph Schreiber's last moments in the very beginning. Your very first person segment. You're playing as Joseph, not Henry. All right. Let's see if this is where we get the toilet Easter egg. Yeah. There's something in the toilet. Should I grab it? Should I reach into the toilet and just start grabbing stuff? Not even roll up the sleeves? James Sunderland style? I'm not brave enough to do it. You don't get the full-on, like, Silent Hill 3 version with Heather facing the camera and saying who would do something so disgusting. But I like that we still have the toilet callback. The great Easter egg. Very easy to miss, too, because I think you have to do it during this moment between building world and apartment world. Was blood coming out of here? Blood is sprayed all over. Well, that kind of answers your question. Blood. It's stained with blood. It smells horrible. That's still the same description as it used to be, ever since Water Prison. Typical stuff you'd find around a sink. Nothing particularly interesting. This hole. It doesn't look like a human made it. It's getting bigger and rounder. I think I've seen this pattern before. right, Henry. You got out of your apartment. Sort of. Kinda. Don't answer the door, Eileen. Don't do it.
It looks like my apartment. What the
Except
hell
it's
is this?
cleaner. So we gotta start with, wow, look at all these porno magazines. Wow. There's a diary here. The last few months, Joseph, the guy next door to me, who gave me that rare porn magazine, looks like he's been working super hard. So, Joseph Schreiber trading rare porn mags to his neighbor for information. What a dedicated journalist. He said if he found another rare one, he'd give it to me, but he hasn't shown his face around much lately. He said he was a journalist and he's always investigating stuff, but I think something strange is going on with him. He's been shut in his apartment and I can hear all these weird noises coming from there. July 1st, Mike. So we start learning a little bit more about the other people living in South Ashfield Heights. And Mike is one of the worst. He's weird, he's creepy, he's stalking one of the other tenants, Rachel, who has a boyfriend, the artist, the painter, who will be exploring his apartment later and learning a bit more about the tenants through his paintings of them. Oh, my beautiful Rachel. What's with the note on the red paper? I thought you'd written a note back to me, but I guess maybe it was somewhere else. So a lot of people speculate that the Rachel in this game, because she is a nurse, is supposed to be the same Rachel as Silent Hill 2, the nurse who looked after Mary in the hospital, as well as Laura. But they spell the name different. Who's Rachel? Who's Rachel? He took it along with my clothes. Those were my best clothes. July 2nd, Mike. So, Braintree was tired of Mike's weird creepiness and decided to beat the fuck out of Mike and strip all of his clothes away from him. Commuting to Silent Hill? Rachel didn't work in Silent Hill. Mary was not a patient in Silent Hill. They went there on vacation. Mary got sick, and then they went back home. And then James promised to take her there again someday, and never did. Not while she was alive, anyway. Some tourist kid sneezed on Mary. Yeah, that's the Book of Memories explanation. It's a red piece of paper with nothing written on it. Gib. Gimme. There are porno magazines scattered all over the floor. Mike just can't get enough. Porno magazines everywhere. There's no time for that right now. Maybe later, but definitely not right now. No fucking way, that's what Book of Memories said. Temporal Fry, that is the joke ending from Book of Memories. You get little sequences that have cameos of the characters from the other games. And the James and Mary cameo has them walking down a hallway past some of the Book of Memories characters. And one of them sneezes on Mary. And James is like, "What if you catch something?" And Mary says like, "Oh, you worry too much," or something like that. There's a magazine lying open. Teaching Despair, Wish House. So this is the article that Joseph Schreiber wrote as kind of an expose on the town and the cult. Pretty important stuff in like the overall view of the story from game to game, because a lot of what was going on in Silent Hill was only really known to like the locals. And this gives the impression that journalists like Joseph were able to publish things about them, make what was going on with the town more known outside of the town itself, which then leads to people who are interested in the occult or in true crime type stuff becoming fascinated with the town, which is what brings Jasper and his friends to the town. They are in-universe Silent Hill fanboys. Like, they are fans of the town of Silent Hill and all of the weird stuff that is reported to go on there, which is how Jasper and his friends wind up crossing paths with Walter in the first place. This article also is first found in Silent Hill 3. You can actually find an early version of this article. It's basically the same word for word, except for the name of the orphanage is Hope House in the Silent Hill 3 version, which was then changed to Wish House for the release of Silent Hill 4. My theory is that they changed it because there is an actual organization that helps find homes for orphans called Hope House. I think they're based out of Ukraine. But it's an actual organization that was around back when this game was made. So they probably changed it, did a little more research in between including it at the very end of Silent Hill 3 and then including it for Silent Hill 4 a little bit later. Teaching Despair, Wish House. Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill, but behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Wish House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. Or wishes. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, temp, who lives near Wish House, had this to say: "Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit." In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Wish House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower which appears to be part of their facilities. So this is also your confirmation that the water prison is not just like out in the middle of an ocean, the way that Walter depicts it in his world recreation of it, but that's how it felt to him. It was so isolated being in that prison away from everything else that he just didn't imagine it being part of the the facilities, just part of the orphanage property, he thought of it as just being out in the middle of nothing, water, nothing around him. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison, or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Wish House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Wish House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. It's a photo of a nurse. It says, "I love you" on it. There's a key taped to the back of it. You can open up locker 106, Rachel's locker. This guy. Is it the super? Kind of hard to tell, but yeah, there's like a man and a woman standing here, and the face of the man has been all scratched out, presumably Frank Sunderland. He was much younger in this picture. There's a key taped to the back of it. Superintendent's key, South Ashfield Heights, room 105. So this could potentially, we could speculate that if this was Frank, this could be James's mom. We don't hear anything about her. There's no like mention of a name or a note or anything like that, but possibly who that is in the photo. If he was much younger in the photo. Yeah. And once we pick up that key, more of Walter's victims start spawning in. Walter just wants his mom. His mom being room 302 itself. At least to him. Just, that's why I'm team bad ending for Silent Hill 4. Just let Walter have the damn room. Just let him have it. It's locked. There's a scrap of red paper stuck under the door. This is the same way they show up under my door. Boink. Eventually we'll have to go back to our version of 302 to read all of these scraps of paper that we're putting under there. It's locked. What was that guy doing here? Could he be the next victim? Or could it be... locked? The fact that there's like dead enemies already, dead dogs. Walter's already killing things. There he is.
I I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
Will you take the shabby doll? So this is optional. And for me, I like picking this up. A lot of people don't like picking it up, and it makes trying to get a good ending if you're clearing all of the hauntings, because the only two things that affect your ending are clearing enough hauntings as they start to happen in your apartment, and whether or not Eileen lives during the final boss fight. That's it. Those two things are the only thing that affect your ending. So best ending means you cleared, I think it's 80% or more hauntings. You can afford to miss a few of them, but not many. So you have to clear most of the hauntings, and Eileen has to live. The good ending, you don't clear enough hauntings, but Eileen still lives. The bad ending, Eileen dies, but you clear enough hauntings in your room. And then the worst ending, you don't clear enough hauntings and Eileen dies. So picking up the shabby doll adds a new haunting. It adds a new recurring haunting to the room. But it's also kind of cool and creepy, and I like to show it, so we're going to take it. Old doll given by the man sitting on the apartment stairway. You know, for a receiver of wisdom, you're doing a bad job of understanding who this man is by this point, Henry.
She was so young then. So happy with life. Just holding on to her mother's hand.
Walter just sort of happy, but almost like envious that Eileen was happy with her mother, holding her hand, able to have that relationship. Something that he's obsessed with.
She was so young then.
Okay.
So happy with life. Just holding on to her mother's hand.
Yeah, temporal fry. I agree. It says, man, his voice is perfect. Calm, creepy, subtle. Yeah, Dennis Fault is the voice actor. Does a wonderful, wonderful job as Walter. It's not like overly done, trying to be like super over the top or anything. And it's so creepy because of that. That type of performance. We need to go to Frank Sunderland's room. Get his key so we can start exploring all the other apartments. We can also open up Rachel's locker here. I love you, Rachel. Signed, Mike. It's filled with love letters from Mike to Rachel. So all these things sort of showing that Mike was this creepy stalker, pervert, weirdo who was obsessed with his neighbor Rachel. So much that Frank Sunderland actually assumed that Rachel and Mike were a couple rather than Rachel's actual boyfriend, the painter. Yeah, user 11. Says happy for her, sad for himself. That's a good way to describe kind of his tone when he's talking about Eileen as a child holding her mother's hand. Piece of red paper. Grab all these, slip them up under our door so that we can read some more notes from Joseph. Hastily scribbled memo found by Nurse Rachel. Return it to room 302 together with the part her boyfriend, Mike, tore off. So that's where we learn that Frank is making the assumption that Mike is Rachel's boyfriend when he's just the stalker. There are keys for each apartment here. Keys to each apartment in the building. Actually, looks like 303, Eileen's room, is missing. All right, let's look around Frank's room. He has like CCTVs, little monitors. I never really see security cameras posted up anywhere. Most important thing in the game, in this little box right here on the shelf. It's a red box. Man, this thing really stinks. It's practically bringing tears to my eyes. Inside that box is the last physical remnant of Walter's body. The umbilical cord from when he was born that for some freaky weird reason Frank decided to hold on to. And it's a good thing he did. Without that, Walter would be practically unstoppable. It's a diary. The red box seems even stranger today. It's giving off a terrible smell. It's disgusting, but I just can't throw it away. It must have been around 30 years ago. That young couple was living in the apartment, but one day they just suddenly disappeared. Ran off just like thieves in the night. I don't know why. It must have been money troubles, or maybe they got themselves into some kind of danger. The problem came after that. They left their newborn baby when they took off. I even found the umbilical cord. I called the ambulance right away, and I heard the baby survived, but I don't know what happened to him. Although a few years later, I often saw a young kid hanging around the apartment. One day he just stopped coming by, but now that I think of it, I'll bet he was that abandoned baby. It's a horrible story. Abandoning a newborn baby. That all happened in room 302. And the umbilical cord I found there, well, I still can't get myself to throw it away. After like 20 years, wouldn't it have become completely desecrated and dry? Must be spooky magic that keeps it putrid. Yeah, Deus Ex. So it was completely dry for a long time. Only now that Walter is active and finishing or coming close to finishing the 21 Sacraments has it started to give off a smell. He mentions that in an earlier cutscene with Eileen outside your door. All right. Time to go in all the apartments. Check it out. Reused asset from Silent Hill 2. When you're standing on one side of a gate in the hallway and a pyramid head is on the other side in the Woodside Apartments, it's this exact fence. It always sticks out in my head because it's not like a proper fence or a gate. It's just like bars kind of strewn together. But little Silent Hill 2 asset here. Lazy devs. Hey, they were making Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 at the same time. Their team was split up between the two games. They had to definitely cut some corners, and they cut most of those corners with Silent Hill 4 rather than Silent Hill 3. So, it kind of shows. This room's wallpaper is nuts. Hey Rachel, can we paint the bedroom like this? God, no, is the response I got. So this is still a Team Silent game. Yes, the first 4 games are what are kind of considered the Team Silent era. Team Silent itself changes a lot from game to game, but there are still a lot of the like core developers who stuck around throughout the first 4. But this game was different from the first 3. It started off as a spin-off. It was just going to be called Room 302. It was going to be a spin-off game kind of set in the same universe, but not really directly involved with Silent Hill. And very early on in its development, the team decided to make it a full-fledged Silent Hill 4, like numbered entry, and give it a much more fleshed out story involving Silent Hill and the cult and stuff like that. But they wanted to experiment. They wanted to try some new things in terms of gameplay. Having a hub world, no flashlight, no radio, limited inventory. Trying to shake up the formula since the first 3 games are very similar to each other. They wanted to try some different things. So they were making the spin-off to try those new gameplay elements out. And then the story wound up becoming the main focus and more involved with the town. So it became a full-fledged numbered entry. But still a lot of main Team Silent people working on this. One of them is here in chat, rated us a little bit earlier, Hiroko Usuda, who did the environment art for Silent Hill 3, who also does a lot of the environment art for Silent Hill 4. The nurse's uniform. The name on it says Rachel. Rachel. It says my darling's number. And there are some phone numbers that look like a phone number. Will you press these numbers? So if you hit yes, a phone will start to ring in the apartments, and this is basically just to tell you who is quote unquote my darling. Since this is Rachel's apartment. This is Nurse Rachel's apartment. So this is to narrow down, like, Mike is not her boyfriend. The painter is. And that's the only reason for making this phone ring. I am not going to do it, because once you do it, it just constantly rings and rings until you get to that apartment, And we're going to be taking our time exploring all the apartments before we get there, and I don't want to have an annoying phone ringing the whole time. The environment art of Silent Hill 4 is phenomenal. Wish I was here when that happened. Let me go ahead and do another shout out. I think I can do another shout out. I found out Twitch does like a time limit. Yeah, there we go. Hiroko Usuda, or Hiro Usuda, streams on Twitch and does artwork live. And again, her and the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom are very welcome here and have joined us for several of our playthroughs and cam hack playthroughs of the games in the past. She was kind enough to raid earlier, so definitely go and give her a follow. Especially if you appreciate the environment of Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4. She also worked on Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4 and a ton of other amazing, amazing games. She's an incredible artist, so definitely go and give her a follow. What's her Twitch ad again? It should be right there in chat above you, Supreme GXP. Hiro Usuda. Hirousuda. So here we're in the apartment of the music lover, the audiophile. There are a lot of records and music magazines on the shelves. It's a turntable. Gigantic speakers. Speakers built into the walls. Hey, Burakauto. Favorite area from each Silent Hill? That's way too much to get into while trying to also do a playthrough of Silent Hill 4. We'll have to save that for like a tier list video or something. A conversation for another day. There's a lot of garbage. All right. Favorite written text piece. Yeah. Some good ideas for future tier list videos. But that's a bit much to get into. Although favorite text piece I might actually have an answer for, because I've given an answer for that in previous streams and videos and stuff. It's the doctor's memo in Silent Hill 2. Talking about Joseph Barkin. If he's happy in his delusion, like why must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? I love that note. I love the way that it describes a normal person, a doctor, trying to sort of logically explain the other world, essentially, and just sort of the moral implications of like not everybody's other world or delusion is necessarily bad. For some people, they're happier in their delusion. And if they are, like, is it really healing them to drag them painfully into reality? You know? I love that note. I love that memo. Hand axe is so good. My favorite melee weapon in this game. See? Iframes? Even though the dog pounced me mid-animation, it's got so many iframes on the charge swing. Just does not matter. The cordless fluorescent is giving off an eerie glow. Hey, what's up, Vaughn? Hope you're doing well. What makes it the hand axe your favorite? When I played through, I thought it wasn't as good as the pipe. Bucking Devil. So you can do very quick, small, like quick strikes with it while also charging up the fully charged version of the weapon attack. The fully charged version has iframes from the start of the animation all the way to the finish of the animation. So this whole animation here, you're completely invulnerable. And because Henry actually steps forward into the swing, it's got more range than the pipe. Like even some of the longer weapons like the pipe or the golf clubs or anything like that. This has a lot of forward movement. The swing going from top to bottom and sort of at an angle has just a really nice hitbox on it where you're almost always going to hit what you're trying to hit. If anything is trying to hit you, you're almost going to pretty much always be either hitting and stun locking them while charging it up, or you're going to be invulnerable with the iframes. Iframes last until it's 100% completed. The moment you let go of the button, right here, all the way to here, you're completely invulnerable. It's such a good weapon. Iframes that make Monster Hunter fans blush. Yeah. But see, like, the downward arc of it, you can hit stuff all the way down on the ground, hitting multiple slugs at once, multiple tremors. You won't, like, accidentally step on them because you've got the iframes. It's very, very good. Smells terrible. Open it up. It's wrapped up in these torn, bloody jeans. It's the body of a dead cat. There's a torn red paper in one of the pockets. Torn red paper. So, yeah. Poor kitty cat. And that also tells us the apartment that we're in belongs to a woman who had many cats. One of her cats was killed by another person who lives in the apartments who collects model guns and had modified one of their model guns to shoot pellets, BBs essentially, and used it to kill one of this poor lady's cats. And when Braintree beat up Mike, the porno mag collector, the Rachel stalker, he also forced Mike to strip down all of his clothes. And this woman takes his bloody pants to wrap up her poor dead cat. Furniture seems to be covered with some kind of animal hair. That's just life. That's the only life I know. Everything is covered in cat hair. And here, right next door, is the model gun collector who killed the cat. It's a model gun, totally useless as a weapon. That's also the Silent Hill 2 shotgun. We get some Silent Hill model weapons here. The silenced handgun from Silent Hill 3, the rifle from Silent Hill 2, the flamethrower from Silent Hill 3, the normal handgun from Silent Hill 2, the chainsaw from Silent Hill 2, the submachine gun from Silent Hill 3. All the guns here are just models. It's a paper target from a shooting range. Supreme GXP asks, which do you think is the scariest Silent Hill from the first 4? Somebody else actually asked me about that just last night or this morning, very recently, on our Discord. Out of the first 4 games, for me, it goes 3, I consider the scariest, then 1, then 4, then 2. That's my order. And then everything after that doesn't really matter. And here's the thing. When you're talking about scariest, when you're talking about fear, fear is an extremely subjective thing. I can already see people reacting in chat. Fear is a very subjective thing. I have been a horror fan since I was a little tiny child. Like, when I was learning to read, I was reading Stephen King books around the age of like 4 or 5. So I've been a horror fan for basically my entire life. And here's the thing. When you expose yourself to a lot of horror media, books, movies, games, fear is not so much a thing. Like, things don't scare you the same that they might scare other people who don't expose themselves to horror at such a young age or as often. So it also changes as you get older, as you view things differently. So my ranking for how scary I consider those games is based on my first experience with them. So that would be me playing Silent Hill 1 in 1999. You know, me playing Silent Hill 2 in 2001, me playing Silent Hill 3 in 2003. That point of being a horror fan and playing those games and still feeling how creepy, how scary certain elements of them are. Because now, like, I've played these games a million times over. Like, nothing scares me when it comes to horror games and media and stuff like that. Which is also why I say everything after Silent Hill 4 doesn't really matter, because by that point, like, I was graduated from high school. I was very well-seasoned horror fan. So by that point, stuff didn't really scare me in games. And those were not very scary games after 4 anyway. So that's kind of my reasoning by it. When people ask me what I consider the scariest, I go by how I felt about these games when I first played them, because that's really how fear works most effectively. The first time you're exposed to something is going to be the scariest. Every time after that, you're familiar with it. It changes. Didn't expect 2 to be last. 2's not a very scary game. 2 is depressing. There's a lot of emotion behind 2, but 2 is not a very scary game. Not in the sense of 1 or 3, where those games to me are just so oppressive and in your face. The soundtrack is so loud. The creature designs are so terrifying. The way those things are presented to me are very, very scary. 4 has a lot of that with the atmosphere, and 4 is the scariest. 4 has patients who burp when you hit them. It has dogs that make jaguar or cheetah noises when you step on them. Like, really? 4 is the scariest? It's got some scary things in it. But to me, there are also things that feel rushed, that feel silly. It has scary moments. It's got really good atmosphere at times, but I don't consider it the scariest. But it's all opinions. We're just talking opinions here. For you, it might be the scariest because it was your first horror game or your first Silent Hill game. Or maybe you played it when you were like 10 or 11, the same way I was when I played, Silent Hill 1 when I was like 11, 12. Those things change your opinion and affect how much fear you felt personally when you experienced these games. 4 was very scary because of the hauntings and ghosts you couldn't kill. A lot of the room haunting stuff is very well done. Ghosts that you can't kill, like the ghost designs, for example. Cynthia's pretty scary. Braintree's pretty scary. The rest are kind of generic. They're just dudes floating around. And not being able to kill them. It's more annoying than scary for me. But again, that has a lot to do with the point in my life in 2004 where I'd already played so many other horror games. I'd already seen so many horror movies and kind of had a familiarity with things by that point that maybe a lot of you didn't have. So you experience stuff personally. Like, fear is extremely, extremely subjective. Anyway, one of these magazines has something written on the back cover. My eyes and skin are so itchy. That stupid cat next door made my allergy go crazy. I was so pissed off I took my converted model gun and blasted away at the thing. At point blank range. It was way cool. The thing just dropped like a stone. By the way, that revolver that Richard in 207 carries, it's the real thing. That guy's dangerous. R. Rodham says, even though I consider 3 the scariest ever made, to me Silent Hill 2 and 4 are more disturbing. That's the other thing. Fear, there's different kinds of fear. Oh, get stick bugged. Get stick bugged. Setso. Gifting out 5 subs to the community. Pantotini, Tenrai Daze, or Tenrai Days, RJ Chili, Mitsoyama, and Kosken Korva Tomato Juice. Get stick bugged. Get gift subbed. Thank you so much, Setso. Very, very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. You're helping me pay for my MRI later this week. So I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How costly MRI, by the way? That remains to be seen. I won't even know until I go get it done. They sent it into my insurance. My insurance approved it, but that doesn't mean that they're going to cover all of it. So I don't know. I don't know. Hope it's nothing serious. So I've been dealing with health issues for a long time now, and it kind of culminated back in March of this year, where I had to go to the emergency room. I legitimately thought I was having a stroke or a heart attack. Turned out to be a very severe panic attack. So I was treated for anxiety disorder, put on some medications, but the reason why I had my wife take me to the emergency room was because I've had panic attacks before. I'm used to how they normally feel and how they affect me physically, but I had this apparently very severe one where the left side of my body was numb. My face, my arm, my leg, like everything on the left side of my body went numb, which is why I thought this was a stroke or a heart attack or something serious. So since then, since March, I've very drastically been improving my health. I've been on medications to help with the anxiety that have helped immensely. I've been on blood pressure medication because I had really high blood pressure. I've been taking vitamin D supplements because my vitamin D was extremely low. Exercising more. Completely cutting out smoking, drinking, salt. Like I have a very low sodium diet now. I've lost a lot of weight. I've gotten more in shape. I'm more active. Medications have been helping. So I haven't had a panic attack now in about 2.5 months. So that's improved very, very drastically, but I'm still having random pain and numbness on the left side of my body. So I've already seen an ultrasound specialist to check for blood clots because I'm a streamer and have been streaming and doing videos for the last over 10 years, basically. 2015 is when I started doing this full time, and I've been doing it ever since. So I spend a lot of time sitting in a computer chair in front of a computer. Setso, thank you so much for another 5 stick bugs going out to the community. get stick bugged again. Wanksy, Berserk Fanigas, Cheese, Bo Rizzle. We've got a Silent Hill legend there. Bo Rizzle, one of the best Silent Hill speedrunners in the business. And Shosa. Enjoy those gift subs. Courtesy of Setso. Thank you so much, Setso. Very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, and shoutouts to Bo Rizzle. Glad to see you're here. Lurking. Hanging out in the shadows. But yeah, my health has been a big concern, but I've been doing a lot to fix things. We've taken care of all the anxiety side of things just through lifestyle changes and medications and everything like that. And now I'm still dealing with the physical effects, whatever's messing with the left side of my body. So like I said, I've seen an ultrasound specialist to check for blood clots and deep vein thrombosis. All that was clear. I had nerve conductivity tests done to see if there was any, major nerve damage. There were some like minor things, but nothing crazy that would be causing what I'm experiencing. So now I'm seeing, I saw a cardiologist check out my heart. All of that came back good. So I'm seeing an orthopedic specialist now, and they're the ones who scheduled the MRI for me. Out of curiosity, how long did it take you to get your MRI appointment? I mean, once I saw the orthopedic specialist, also we're getting a cassette here, skinned mic. I could listen to it on the stereo in my room. At this point, we need to go back to our room, so we'll come back here, though. We'll come back to this apartment, because I do want to talk about it. But yeah, once I started seeing the orthopedic specialist, which was just like last week, we made the appointment for the MRI yesterday. Or like 2 days ago, they called me to verify if my insurance would cover it or not. And then this morning, we scheduled it for Wednesday this week. Comparing it to the UK healthcare model, yeah, the big difference is the cost. That's the trade-off. A lot of times you can get treated sooner, but I'm going to be paying off medical bills for the foreseeable future. For something relatively minor compared to a lot of things out there. Anxiety disorder, high blood pressure, the stuff that I've been dealing with, it feels very serious when you're going through it, but it's not life-threatening or debilitating the way a lot of other things are out there. And I already owe thousands and thousands of dollars. Just the emergency room visit alone, when I went to the ER back in March, was almost $3,000. And since then, I've had blood work done, 2 nerve tests done, an ultrasound on my leg done, 2 EKGs on my heart, a wearable heart monitor, an ultrasound on my heart, seeing all of these specialists, the MRI later this week, another follow-up with my primary care doctor after that. It's all just adding up. Even with insurance. even with insurance. It's a lot. But I've got the medication that I needed. I'm seeing the doctors that I need to see. I'm getting the tests done, even if it's putting me in debt for a long time. And my health is improving, which means I can do this. I can work. I can work on videos. I can stream full time again because my health has improved. So that's the trade-off. All right, we've got a lot of stuff here. Let's listen to the Skinned Mike cassette because it's one of my favorites, and then we'll start reading some notes.
How do you like that, you sick little freak? You had it coming to you. These clothes are disgusting. Get them out of my sight.
I know. It'll be perfect to wrap his body in.
Hold it.
You!
Hold it. I think
You
I'll keep
snooping
that
around
for
again?
myself.
Get your ass out of here before you really piss me off.
Hold it. Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself. Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself.
There's just so much going on that recording. So they're essentially recording kind of the aftermath of Richard Braintree beating up the porno mag collector, Mike. And the woman saying, you know, that'll be perfect to wrap his body in. That's the cat lady whose cat was killed by the model gun nut. So she's like, oh, I'll take the some of the clothes. There's another person who lives in South Ashfield Heights who is an alcoholic, a drunk. So he's the one who's saying, hold it, I think I'll keep that one for myself. That's the alcoholic who lives in the building, who apparently just wants to keep some of Mike's clothes. You have Braintree yelling at someone. He's like, you snooping around again. Which is most likely Walter. Fussing at Walter. Little Walter. Although it could also be Joseph, the investigative journalist snooping around. We don't know exactly who he's fussing at, who he's yelling at. Braintree's kind of an asshole towards everyone, so it can be hard to tell. Also, here's the shabby doll that Walter gave us that used to belong to Eileen. Now that is in our inventory box, that's going to trigger an extra haunting that can happen in the room. And we can even see some of the people living in the building that we're going to learn more about once we get to the painter's room. We kind of get more information, and as we explore the apartments themselves, there's this apartment where they talk about a family having too many kids. So there's kids like climbing all over the furniture and playing. The elderly couple that lives down there. Of course, Richard Braintree, who's no longer there because dead. The person living in the apartment below Richard Braintree, which I think is the music guy, the music fan. Oh, don't read that. Let's check on Eileen. Not even visible. Just got our weirdly long-armed Robbie sitting on the bed. Setso. I appreciate the support, but I still have my dignity. I have my morals. I'll say Homecoming is my favorite Silent Hill game to speedrun. That is true. It's a really good speedrun game. Because it's broken in all the best ways. The best Silent Hill game for speedrunning. Just add that parentheses to the end of it. Homecoming's the best Silent Hill game in parentheses for speedrunning. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Getting 5 more people stick bugged. Gibble, Master Yoshi, Slonic 1975, Sunhill Desperado, and Burb of Hermes. Enjoy the gift subs courtesy of Setso. Setso, thank you so much. Helping me make a dent in the medical bills. Helping support me so that I can keep doing these playthroughs, making videos, doing streams. Very much appreciate the love and support. Thank you so much, Setso. Thank you, thank you. And thank you all just for being here. I appreciate everybody who comes out and just enjoys what I do. It's the biggest motivating factor. To just keep working through it, take better care of myself, and keep doing this. Thank you guys. Also, what the hell counter +1. The hell is this? The dryer sprayed blood all over the place. It's a washing machine. Don't need that right now. Meanwhile, in an alternate universe, hi, I'm Lockpicking Lawyer, and I'm lockpicking my way out of room 302. We have here a standard Master Lock 1700 series. This lock can easily be broken with another... We just take this shoe and whack the lock. It's actually not a very good lock. Those are my favorites. Where you just like slam something on the lock and it just opens. Doesn't even need to be picked. All right, let's read some memos. Got a lot of red paper that we've stuck under the door. I picked up the key that Eileen from room 303 must have dropped. I thought I'd return it, but she wasn't home. I guess I'll give it to the super. May 20th. Torn red paper. Oh yeah, I had a really wicked headache that day. I can't help but think Joseph, like we hear him talking later when he's an untextured shadow man coming out of our ceiling, but he doesn't really have much of an accent. But the way this note is written, I feel like he should have a really thick, like New England, Boston accent. Had a really wicked headache that day. And just collapsed on the bed. Maybe if I look near the bed in my room, 302's bedroom, I'll find it. I get headaches every day now. It's terrible. What am I going to do? He's wicked smart. It was 4 years ago that they discovered the body with 1221 carved into it. Right away, I had this terrible feeling and couldn't stop shaking. The victim had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, having committed suicide 3 years before the murder. So a little bit of timeline on Walter's ritual, how long things have been going here. So Walter was victim number 11. He killed his first 10 victims as the first half of the ritual, and then takes his own life, which is part of the ritual. It's described in one of the texts that we found earlier that he basically sheds his physical form, his flesh, his body, and becomes a ghost with the powers of a god, essentially the powers of Silent Hill. It's how he continues to complete the ritual, or attempt to complete it, even after his own death. It's why he's this powerful ghost who's creating worlds and pulling victims into it and still continuing with his murders. So at this point, Joseph is still investigating it, but trying to figure it out logically. But 12/21, so the next victim after Walter died. Victim had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, having committed suicide 3 years before the murder. So he killed himself. Then the next victim after his own death was 3 years later. And 4 years after that, the body was found. The police think it's a copycat crime and are calling it the Sullivan Case Round 2, but something about it bothered me. So again, the police were trying to figure it out logically. They don't believe in rituals. They don't believe in magic ghosts that have powers, even though we as the player are piecing that together and we kind of know that's what's going on. And Joseph himself is even starting to figure that out. They're still trying to figure all of this case out through kind of a logical sense. So they try to say it's a copycat, that somebody's just mimicking the way that Walter was murdering people. And then there's also other notes where they theorize that the Walter who killed himself in the prison cell was not the real Walter. They're trying to every explanation to figure things out without jumping to crazy ritual ghost magic. May 14th. Did Walter brick himself behind the wall before he killed himself? No, that was after. Walter killed himself in his prison cell. Stabbed a soup spoon into his carotid artery in his neck, which is described in a note in Silent Hill 2 as well as in this game. He then became an all-powerful ghost ritual man who can move his own body to room 302 into the storage room and set it up in the back. Given the density of this story, was this Team Silent's magnum opus that got gutted due to budget cuts? Asks Red Clot. I don't think so. The story is definitely fairly dense, and there's a lot to it. There's a lot of things that they're trying to tie into it, but this game started as a spin-off. It wasn't even going to be a mainline entry. It was going to be a standalone game that was in the Silent Hill universe, but not even a proper Silent Hill title until fairly early on in development. Then the team that was split up to work on both Silent Hill 3 and 4, because they were being developed side by side. 3 was in development first, and then 4 started development, and they split the team. More resources and care kind of went into Silent Hill 3 than Silent Hill 4. So, no, I don't really think this was the magnum opus, as you put it. It came out pretty good, all things considered. I like it a lot. But, no, definitely not the ultimate end-all be-all game for them. Although they were probably anticipating on making more. The team themselves probably were not anticipating being disbanded after, working so hard on the first 4 games, and then having everything get outsourced to Western devs after that. They probably figured they were going to get to keep making more games. Maybe one day. Maybe they'll reunite. Make another one for us. There's a torn red paper stuck in here. I lost the key to Eileen Galvin's room. I've got to find it and bring it back. Let me think. The last place I saw it was... It's ripped here and I can't read the rest. So that's the first half of the torn paper that we read earlier. The wicked headache. Worst decision made to disband Team Silent? Yep. I agree. But Konami only looks at sales numbers. They don't really care too much about fan reception or how much of a cult classic games turn out to be. They look at hard, cold numbers. And that's what matters the most to them. And Silent Hill was on a downward trend. Every game, starting from Silent Hill 1, which Silent Hill 1 sold very well. It sold like over 1 million copies, which was very good for that time period especially. Silent Hill 2 sold less than Silent Hill 1. A lot of people don't understand that because Silent Hill 2 is like the fan favorite by today's standards. But back then it wasn't. There was a lot of fans who didn't receive Silent Hill 2 very well. A lot of the Japanese market that didn't like Silent Hill 2 because they were fans of Silent Hill 1. And they were expecting a sequel. And then Silent Hill 2 was not Harry Mason, not Alessa Gillespie, not the cult, not even in the same part of the town. Like nothing familiar for fans of Silent Hill 1 was in Silent Hill 2. It was a huge departure because they wanted Silent Hill to be more of an anthology series with all these separate little individual stories that weren't really connected. After the poor reception of Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 was already in development, but it was a very different Silent Hill 3. Developers like Masahiro Ito have said that the first version of Silent Hill 3 they were working on was similar to Silent Hill 2. It was an anthology game, completely unrelated to the first 2 entries, and it was going to be an on-rail shooter that was basically turned into the Silent Hill arcade game. That wound up being the on-rail shooter game. But that first version of Silent Hill 3 that they were working on got scrapped after the poor reception of Silent Hill 2 and so many of the fans kind of wanting a proper sequel to Silent Hill 1 and not getting it with Silent Hill 2. So they made Silent Hill 3 as we know it, the proper sequel to Silent Hill 1 to appease that part of the fan base. Silent Hill 3 sold even less than Silent Hill 2. So then Silent Hill 4, they were trying again with the anthology thing, make something kind of separate, start off as a spin-off, make it into a full-fledged game, tried a bunch of new things to shake up the formula, no flashlight, no radio, limited item inventory, new mechanics, different gameplay, different pacing, and Silent Hill 4 sold even less than Silent Hill 3. So each game was a downward trend from the previous one in terms of just raw sales numbers at the time of release. So by that point, Konami was like, all right, it's still profitable enough to keep making games, but not worth making them internally. So they started outsourcing to cheaper Western developers. So after that was Origins that got outsourced to Climax LA. Origins in Climax LA was going to be a dark comedy based on the TV show Scrubs and be an over-the-shoulder action game like Resident Evil 4. That version of Silent Hill got scrapped from Origins, and they closed down Climax LA. The project got sent to Climax UK, where Sam Barlow took over the direction of it, which is where we found out it was going to be an action game based on Scrubs. That's the director who said that. That's not like fan speculation. That's the director of Origins who shared that information. And he basically said this version of Silent Hill would be terrible. Like, we cannot release this. It would be embarrassing. And he went to Konami to ask for more time and budget to make a proper Silent Hill for Origins. And Konami was like, you can start over, but we're not giving you any extra budget or any extra time. You still have to finish it within the same time and budget that's left over from Climax LA. Which is why Origins is also very corner-cutty and not that great. Because Sam Barlow basically had to rewrite the entire game in a week. And they had to start completely over, you know, from what they had from Climax LA. And then so on and so forth. Yeah. Sorry, ranting. Everybody's like, just read the note. Just play Silent Hill 4. I'm sorry. Talking about history. I figured out the riddle behind the numbers. 01121 is actually 01/21. In other words, 1 out of 21. So Walter was planning on killing 21 people, but he never finished the job. He was convicted for the murders of Billy and Miriam Locane, the 7th and 8th victims. Afterwards, he committed suicide in his jail cell. The grisly mass murder of 10 people shocked the world and came to be known as the Walter Sullivan case. There are 2 big puzzles here. The first is, what was the motive for the murders? Ritual. The second is, why did he kill himself before completing his task? Was he simply insane? May 2nd. Honestly thought Silent Hill was quite popular, but I guess it wasn't as much as it is now. Even now. Even by today's standards. So, I mentioned that the games were on a downward trend ever since Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 selling like 1.5 million copies back in the day. And that's including over the years, like when they re-released it on PS3 digitally and stuff like that. Was still the best-selling Silent Hill game all the way up until Silent Hill 2 Remake. Last year. Only since last year with the Silent Hill 2 Remake has there finally been a Silent Hill entry that has surpassed the sales numbers of Silent Hill 1. And even then, it was only by about 1 million, you know, 1 million copies. It sold like 2.5 million. Compared to the 1.5 million of Silent Hill 1. If you look at all of Konami's franchises, 2.5 million sounds like a lot, right? Compared to something like Metal Gear Solid, counting everything in the franchise and those sales numbers, Silent Hill has sold about 1/7 of the total units of Metal Gear Solid. Even less if you compare it to things like Pro Evolution Soccer or Yu-Gi-Oh! Konami has so many more franchises that are way more profitable for them than Silent Hill. Silent Hill has a very dedicated fan base. Like, the fans love these games, and we appreciate them. We kept this series alive when Konami was doing nothing with it. Canceled PT, no new games, no nothing for years. You know, a terrible run of kind of shitty outsourced games before that. The fans love this series and are very, very adamant about keeping it alive. But in terms of just sheer overall worldwide popularity compared to other series, even within Konami's like publishing range, Silent Hill is kind of small. It's kind of niche. It's a very specific kind of audience and game that doesn't appeal to everybody as much as something like Metal Gear Solid or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pro Evolution Soccer or eFootball as it's called now. which is why it's up to us to keep this ball rolling. If you want to see more Silent Hill games, if you want to see the quality of Silent Hill games continue to be good or improve in any way, because most people I talked to enjoyed the remake. A lot of people maybe didn't like it so much. But if you want there to be new entries of good quality, we gotta buy these fucking Silent Hill games. It's the only thing Konami looks at is the sales numbers. And I'm kind of worried because things like Silent Hill 2 Remake do pretty well. I have no doubt that the Silent Hill 1 Remake will similarly do well. But a lot of the stuff in between, like Silent Hill F, Silent Hill Townfall, probably not. I think they'll do okay in terms of the franchise overall. But there's a lot of fans who are not going to bother with Silent Hill F because they're like, it's in Japan and I don't like that. And that's enough of a reason for them. There's also a lot of fans who, like, they know. They've done their research. They're fans of the original games. They're harder to please. They have higher standards. And they've been burned too many times by Konami with a lot of the subpar stuff that we've gotten. Even recently, stuff like Ascension, was terrible. So rightfully, they're like, no, I'm not going to support this anymore. But that subsequently also really damages the chance of things improving going forward. If Silent Hill 1 Remake is bad, it's over. If somehow Silent Hill 1 Remake winds up bad and does not sell very well, then that could very well be it for this this new run of Silent Hill being revived.